Hello, hello. Yes, I love that heart opening. Welcome to the Heart and Soul Summit. I am Christine Gold, and I am the creator of one of many summits, not just the Heart and Soul, but we've also done Christ Consciousness and we've done 5D. Now, thank you so much for being here. If you are here, let us know, comment below. And we are live from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And please don't worry if you catch the replay, it's all good. Whether you're here live or on the replay, it's all good. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So thank you. Thank you. I want to thank all the lovely ladies that are sharing their beautiful stories, their energy, their wisdom with all of you today. And I'd love to know who you're looking forward to seeing or hearing from, or you just whatever it is. So maybe let's just set an intention, like right now. So close your eyes, put your hands on your heart, and whatever comes forward. I always ask, whatever you got for me, Spirit, I'm open. I'm here. I'm available. So right away, I got love, which is easy. It's easy. When you think of fear, flip the switch. Love. Good. God evening, Gitte from Denmark. Thank you so much for joining us. I know, you're 7-8 hours ahead of us. So thank you so much for being here. I'm sending lots of love to you. And Huggy, I believe that's, big love in Denmark. I learned that from her as well. Hi, Leanne. Hopefully I'm Leanne. Maybe I'm pronouncing that right, wrong. Good morning from Slave Lake. Yes. Slave Lake's in the house. I used to live in Jarvie, which is just north of Westlock, so I'm quite familiar with that area. But thank you so much for being here. All right, so we're just going to get started. Let's just get going because we've got clocks and we got timelines, and I've got to wrangle all of this together. So yeah, today I'm first. We're going to be talking about sensitivity is a superpower. So I comment below if you are super sensitive, highly sensitive, empathic. I will even put in autism. You're on the spectrum. I will also throw in ADD and ADHD. This book, Scattered Minds. I've read all of Dr. Gabor Mate's work, but this one, I'm seeing it. My mom had it. One of my sisters has it. I know I don't. I might identify with some pieces, but I know I don't. But there are a lot of women, especially over the age of 40 and 50, that are being diagnosed as. And let me tell you, it is not a disability. Nothing is a disability. It is an ability that it's like a muscle. You just need to work it, to tune it. So yeah, that's really what I'm all about, is empowering empaths, empowering light workers, empowering sensitives. Because we've been told our whole life that we're weird, we don't belong, we don't fit in. You remember in high school they had the cliques? Oh, I'm part of this clique, I'm part of that clique. I didn't belong to any of them. I didn't care. I just kind of went around and just kind of mingled with everybody because it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter at the end of the day, especially in high school. It certainly doesn't matter because look at our lives now, right? Right. But the sensitivity really is rooted in this trauma. And trauma can mean a lot of different things. There's intergenerational, there's generational, there's polarization, there's dehumanization. There's so many things. There's religion, there's science, there's how you were brought up, right? There's so many things. So we have to be very mindful. And I know a lot of us, I was at a party yesterday, and the table I was sitting at, the conversations were just so synchronistic. We are all doing this together right now, or maybe you're just starting, right? So just know that you're not alone. And why do I believe sensitivity is a superpower, and how can you integrate it into your life? Be a channel. We are all channels. We absolutely are. We just have to tune in. And when Dr. Gabor Mate talks about attention deficit disorder, he actually says attunement deficit disorder, because that's what it is. It's you are not in tune with your body, your emotions, your mind, your spirit. You're just scattered. That's why it's called scattered minds, right? Everything, your energy is scattered. You are scattered. And it's really about building your self-care toolkit. I call it a spiritual toolkit. You can call it whatever you want. And it's about having your heart on your sleeve. Wearing your heart on your sleeve is not, it's a badge of honor. It's not a curse, okay? I know there's somebody out there that's like, I never thought of it that before, and I've never felt that way, but thank you. So, where the outside world will tell you differently, let me tell you about the outside world. It's an illusion. I'm an illusion. This whole thing is an illusion, right? So comment below if anybody here feels overwhelmed. And maybe you've heard this before too. Why are you so sensitive? Why are you crying? Maybe especially as a child, like cry baby, you're overreacting. You're too much. You're too bossy. Uh, Sorry, I laugh because, I used to really take that to heart. Now I laugh and I'm like, that's your illusion, not mine. You're weak. And especially for boys, for males, they have to be strong and they can't cry. And all of that's being broken apart. That is an old paradigm. We are having conscious males, divine feminine, divine masculine, meeting in the middle. That Zen point, right? Maybe you're like me. I don't like horror movies. I don't like gore. I don't like blood. Anybody hurts an animal or anybody else, watch out. That's just how I am, and that's how I've always been. Um, you know, it's it- it's almost like they're trying, like I said, desensitizing us by the social media and the movies and the media. And let me tell you, if you're watching the news, turn off the TV because it has nothing good to tell you. Um, it has its own agenda as well. So basically, all of these labels, they pile up, they weigh you down, heavy, depressed. Maybe you're the opposite. You just can't relax. Your mind is always going, 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 monkey, 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 to-do list, to-do list, to-do list. La, 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 la. Whoa. That's where you know your life is out of control. It truly is. So we've got to really, you were basically lied to. And guess what? You can start again at any time. You can decide today, no, not today. I say this a lot. Not today, Satan. Not today. And as they say, new level, new devil. So as you are rising, becoming lighter, shining your inner light, there will be things that come against you. But it's not against you. It's just that collective light. You know the old adage, light, dark, right? Ah, hello, Anita. Thank you for joining us. We're in Calgary. Hello, Calgary. We're very grateful for you being here in the summit as well. Thank you so much. And, you know, there's that song, Creep by Radiohead. And it's not about being a creep. It's about not feeling like you belong, right? You want to get out of your skin. And music is very synchronistic, healing frequencies. And really, we tend to, our feelings are valid, but we tend to let our emotions run the show. And ego, edging God out, I truly believe in that, wants to keep you safe and stuck. And I truly believe this. And, the only thing that limits you is your ego. Or maybe you've heard ego is not your amigo. I want to fire and retire, all of that. But really, it's just about being in the back seat and Jesus take the wheel. Beautiful song. So we are spiritual beings having a human experience. We are God with a spark of human. And God is not the dude sitting up in the chair that is punishing and you're going to hell. All that stuff, that's old. Those are old fairy tales. I won't even call them fairy tales because they're not even fun. It's just a bunch of stuff that our generations brought over and we're saying no more. Right? And I know that there's a lot of children, even they're saying before you were born, you pick up the energy of the mother and the father. So if you're not wanted or it was highly stressful, I think of Gabor Mate, you look at a picture of him when he's 4 months old, he looks like he's 50 because he took on all of that trauma and all of that sadness. Right? So how can we not? We're sensitive coming into this world and we always will be. So that's where your superpower comes in because you decide, you choose, I'm not doing this anymore. And if that means cutting people out of your life, including family, because there would be a lot of narcissistic energy and relationships going on there too. So I know because I've worked with a lot of my clients that have that same issue, including I had the same issue, right? So I want you guys to embrace your weird. How can you embrace your weird? How do you do that? Share with me. What's weird and wacky or something weird and wacky and fun that you'd like to do? Because it's really about, this is heavy work, but we are doing light work. But there's still work in that light. It's to light and to enlighten. Now, that doesn't mean I'm getting on my soapbox and I'm preaching to everybody because guess what? They're going to tune you out right away, especially if they're not ready to hear your message. Been there. I retired my soapbox. The cat sits in it now, so it's all good. Now, I do get asked, did I know I was a medium? I've been a guest on many a podcast and summits. And, at the time when you're a child, absolutely not. But we're all, as children, before the age of 7, coming in, we're all intuitive. We're all psychic. We all have those imaginary friends. We can talk to spirit. We can interact with animals. We know what Mother Nature is speaking and saying, but we don't know how to put it into that language. We just know it's like, it's like a fairy tale. It's like playing with the fairies. You're in that multi-dimensional field and everything is possible and everything is fun and everything is interactive. And first and foremost, I could feel things. We all do. Feel was the biggest one. Clairsentience, feeling vibes, the collective angst, the trauma, the anger, or, those are all the clairs. But the adults, I would be told, I'd say, well, grandma came to see me last night. And I'd be told, no, we don't talk about that. No, that's just your imagination, honey. Or, oh my God, there's something wrong with her. We need to get her on medication or something, right? That's usually the conversations. But I know a lot of our clients, a lot of people out there are encouraging their children to write stories and have plays and sing and create with spirit. So things are changing. Encourage those conversations. And really, it's all about our spidey senses, our animal instincts. And like I've said, we've been conditioned, we've been wounded to suppress, shut down our gifts. And it will manifest as a disease. I mean, I missed half of grade 4 because I was so sick. I had whooping cough, you name it, I was sick. But I was a rebel as well. I questioned everything. And here's the intersection of my past life with Wayne Dyer. We had a very similar story growing up. And Adults, we were treated that adults were the authority and we're just kids. We don't know anything. Go in the corner, be quiet, speak when you're spoken to, all of that. Look pretty, get good grades, just be perfect. Again, this is all placed upon us before the age of 7, and much of our personality has been developed after that. So, uh, um, so we are shutting down now. They're preloaded with all the universal information that I'm speaking about right now. They already know. So, in imagination and creativity are the gateways to your superpowers. Who here is an artist? We all can create something. Art, singing, dancing, painting, writing. These are not reserved for superheroes or gurus because you are your own. And your guides, angels, and loved ones, the fae realm, the fairy realm, the elementals, the unicorns, the mermaids, Atlantis. We're all of that. We're all made of stars. And here's the piece. I know that our parents, our family, our ancestors, they were doing the best they could with what they had been taught themselves. And forgiveness for them, for others, for yourself is key. And maybe you're not ready. I get it. I spent many, many years being angry at my dad. Now seeing the other side, as Keith Urban would say, wasted time, wasted time. So write those letters, forgive, work with practitioners, practice Hapono'ono. I love you. Please forgive me. Thank you. Plug into God, to source. You got to believe in something. And if the word God or Jesus triggers you, you have a religious wound to heal. So really, back to sensitivity. I was numbing my senses because I didn't want to feel anything anymore. I didn't want to hear. I just felt crazy. I was anxious. I was overwhelmed, depressed, addicted. My hormonal issues were all over the place. And let me tell you, ladies, that's a big problem. If you do not get your intuition in tuned and heal your mind, body, spirit, your hormones will fluctuate. And there's so many perimenopausal issues, heavy periods, fibroids, cysts, all of that. It's all connected. It not just the diet, but here as well. Here. And then your nervous system is shot. Your immune system crashes. Your vagus nerve is on high alert. Connecting to the pituitary pineal glands, that regulates your thyroid, your system. Your autoimmune issues will disappear. I see a lot of fibromyalgia, right? It's all connected. Diabetes is at such a super high level. Alzheimer's, heart issues, and it will all be traced back, as Wim Hof would say, to inflammation. The foods you eat, the relationships you have, the work, whatever it is, your mind, it's all inflamed. It's inflammatory. You're living on a hairpin trigger all the time. And my life screamed at me. Like 2017, everything came crashing down, crash, crash, crash. And then it happened again in 2021. Like, you might have your dark night of the soul, your spiritual awakening. Let me tell you, when you have once, you could have it multiple times. There's always something, right? That's the ego telling you, oh, you're good. You don't need to do anything else. So I sold everything in 2021 and I left Canada and lived in South America, specifically lived in Peru and Ecuador, but I lived in a plant-based community. I healed my non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. I lost 40 pounds within 2 months without doing anything. My total avatar changed. My energy, body, everything changed. Everything. I felt amazing once again. And I knew this is where spirit was leading me. And the whole idea of 2020 was that one eye. That's what it was about, truly. It's about waking up. And I just want to talk a little bit about the third eye as well. Many try to activate their third eye. That's what they're so focused on. I have to have clairvoyance. And if I don't see something and it's not amazing, then I must be wrong. And wrong. Your number one, Claire, is your sensitivity. Work on that, and everything else will come on board. Because like your chakras, if they're going like this or they're going backwards, there's something's off in your energy system. You've got gaps, you've got blocks, you've got leaks, energy leaks, right? So it's about healing at all levels. Hitting it all. Because in 2017, like I said, I had all those things going on, plus 2 attempts to die by suicide. And I'm very open about this because I know there's a lot of people that are living on the edge or pretending I'm good, everything's fine. Don't do that. Don't dismiss yourself anymore. Don't do it. Because if you don't love yourself, what's the point? Who else will love you the way that you love yourself? I hear this a lot. I need a relationship. I need a man. Why can't I find love? Well, are you taking care of yourself? Are you filling your cup? Because it enables you to extend the same care towards others. Because if you're not, then you need to look at your martyrism, your people-pleasing, your codependency, your fawning. So, if you want to start with a book about depression and medications and anxiety, I highly recommend anything that Johann Hari writes, specifically Lost Connections. He also did another one about chasing the scream, and then he did Stolen Focus. Amazing books. I mean, there's so many authors, but that's one that really made connections for me when I was going through all that depression, anxiety, panic attacks, all of that. And I was on medication, and I did years of therapy. And all that talk therapy honestly did nothing. It re-triggered, re-wounded, gave me PTSD. So the coaching that I do integrates all of the trauma, and you actually will heal those specific issues and not chase your tail like the dog does. Because I'm sorry, if they continue to take your money and you're not seeing any improvement, time to fire them. Hi, Faisal. I'm going to take a little break here. Get some water. Make sure you drink lots of water, guys. Based on your body weight, it could be as much as 96 ounces of water a day. And I know that sounds like a lot, especially within drier climates, right? Oh, goodness. Hello, everyone. We don't have your picture or name because you have to authenticate yourself through StreamYard. So if you could do that, then we would love to see you. Hi, Christina. Thank you for being here. Sending you lots of love. So I want you to start building and believing and leaning into and stepping into and owning who you are at a soul level. And I want you to build an intuitive dictionary. And what do I mean by that? Well, in the 1-year course where I take you through basically how to become either psychic, medium, healer, whatever it happens to be, better version of yourself, we build a book of signs and symbols because people are like, well, I saw 111. Well, what does that mean? And I get coins all the time. I see this specific bird. Or when I'm doing a mediumship reading, I'm getting this, the tapping on the nose. To me, I've learned that means you look like them. Because if you're not paying attention, what's the point? So you're not guessing or you're not having that, ego, intuition. I'm not sure. Don't want to second guess yourself. That's very important. So it helps you remember and get more information as you start growing, expanding into who you truly are and not what society says or what's normal. So please tap into your innate gifts, your soul's purpose. And, it's so many things. I mean, building your self-care kit could be turning off social media for a while, going out in nature, having an Epsom salt bath, spending time with animals, working with crystals, healing frequencies. Oh, I love those. I mean, I had the solfego frequencies going this morning and it cleared the whole room. So it's all of those things because we are all energy. How can we not be tuned into those frequencies? So, and part of intuition development is I have these practices: grounding, protection prayer, chakra opening, calling in spirit, smudging prayer. That's just part of it. These are all the steps that I take clients through. And let's talk about the 7 principles of love. Be the gentle witness. Be willing to choose love. Shift your perspective. Foster a gratitude attitude. Practice forgiveness. Expect miracles because you are the miracle. The fact that you woke up today, hello, hi, I'm alive. Electric Light Orchestra. That's an amazing song. Check it out. If you don't feel inspired after listening to it, I don't know what to tell you. So reflect and recap. And I am grateful for everything I have, everything I know, everything I am. And self-love is the key to everything. To everything. So I just want to take the last few minutes. We're going to just really, it's about creating a home meditation. A practice is to create a space where the busyness stops. We've got to stop being busy. Oh, how are you? I'm busy. Is it good busy work, or are you just keeping yourself busy because you have to keep striving and keep crushing it and you have all these goals and the next thing, the next thing, the next thing? I'm never enjoying anything because I'm always looking to the next thing. As women, we need to stop doing that too. So I invite you to grab a crystal, light a candle, because candles invoke ceremony and starting point with me and anything that I do with spirit. As soon as I light the candle, it's on. So get your candles, close your eyes. You can lay down. You don't have to be watching the screen. You can listen to my voice. And we're just going to tune. And tune. And tune. Now just imagine coming from your root chakra, the base of your spine, a thick, brilliant white cord. This cord shoots down your legs and out your feet and smashes through the dirt, the rocks, the crystalline grid, until it reaches the center of the earth. There is a beautiful rose quartz suspended in the middle of the earth. Your cord tightly wraps itself around the rose quartz. Sparkly pink rose quartz, full of love, empathy, compassion, joy. Bring it back up the way it came until it reaches just to the soles of your feet and gently grounds and stabilizes you to the earth center. You are now grounded. See how that feels? Maybe you actually seen something, heard something, felt something. No, you just know. You can write that down in your journal or a piece of paper or share it with us in the comments. And I want you to take that beautiful pink energy up through your feet and your ankles, your calves, your knees, your thighs, your buttocks. We're now clearing off the root chakra. And I'm invoking Reiki, Chokure, 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 Seheke, 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 Daikomio, 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 and Raku, Raku, Raku. Violet flame up through your root. You are abundant, safe, and stable through your sacral. You are fun. You are sensual. You are creative. Through the solar plexus, the mighty I am presence. Feel your chest lifting a little bit, heart opening. I am that I am. Bringing this up to the heart chakra, opening up all those boxes that you tuck emotions away, things for later, don't want to deal with, they're opening now. Love, compassion, empathy. Be open. Bring this up to the throat chakra, beautiful blue energy, your creative communication center. I speak truth. I am truth. I create. I co-create. I bring this up to the third eye. You may feel some pressure. You may want to assist the opening, the pressure between the eyebrows. Put your tongue on the roof of your mouth. It's like a light switch opening, 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 letting go of past lives, past stories, things that are no longer yours to hold on to are now being released. Bringing this up to the crown. This is your gateway to God, guides, angels, loved ones, Akashic records, and to source. Imagine that lightning rod shooting out through the top of your head. Beautiful purple light. Now you're fully connected above and below. Bring this back down. Bring this back down. Just imagine this light coming back, golden light, all the way back down. Crown, third eye, throat, heart. Put your hands together in prayer position at your heart. Meeting there. Rub your hands together. We're generating energy. Pull them apart. This is you. This is your energy. Beautiful golden ball of light. This golden ball of light, as you raise it above your head and smooth, let it all trickle down, smoothing out your aura, making sure we don't have any energy gaps, any leaks, removing any type of psychic, any type of attacks. It's now being let go. Let God. Take a deep breath in. And then just let it go. Put your hands on your heart. This is where everything begins and ends. Take your time coming back. You can open your eyes, wiggle your feet, your hands. Maybe you want to twist and stretch a little bit. I always feel so good after I do stuff every single time. And maybe you want to write something down in your journal or share in the comments below how you felt before and how you feel after. Because those are the access points where we resist. I don't want to do that. I'll do it later, not right now. And then when you do it, you're like, oh, I feel amazing. Like I've just been transported. I'm clear. I'm cleansed. I feel like a new soul, a new being. Feeling lighter and brighter. That's really what it's about. And meditation is not about shutting off your mind. It could be a moving meditation, washing a dish, chopping wood, carry water, as Buddha would say. Those are all part of just being mindful more than anything and tuning in, attuning to who you are at a soul level. So wear your heart on your sleeve. Be heart-led and soul-fed. Do things for fun, just for the heck of it. More of that. Be curious. Take the unknown path. There are so many. And even take the unknown, even if you're at a crossroads, doesn't matter. Maybe you're the in-between, doesn't matter, because the ego wants to know everything. No, say no, not today. My heart will tell me. Spirit will lead me. My dreams will guide me. And speaking of dreams, make sure you're writing them down. Writing them down every night. I have them in my phone mainly, but sometimes I'm using this. And then gratitude. This, these are the two journals that I created because it's so important. So important. And we are building a soul tribe in the golden age of Aquarius. I'm excited about that. About connection, community, collaboration, co-opetition, not competition, co-creation, cross-pollination. Teamwork makes the dream work. 3 of Pentacles, whoop, whoop. And accelerate to 2030. So thank you so much. I'm going to see if there are any questions, any comments, anything that you'd like to share. Yeah, see, Tracy Lynn, feeling much more grounded. Absolutely. And I have all of those meditations for grounding, for smudging, for energy clearing. I think I have about 20 different meditations and prayers and all of that. And they're completely free. But I'm going to post the giveaway link. This is my giveaway link. Now, did I actually say that I'm giving something away? Yeah, so I am giving away a 1-hour Reiki Reveal Soul session. What is that? Well, it's everything. Mediumship, intuitive development, psychic hits, looking at you at a soul level, medical, intuitive, Akashic records, past lives. We've got a little bit of hypnosis in there, Reiki, scanning, doing the full body scan as well, the chakras. It's a full meal deal. And why do I do that? Because, people want just specific mediumship, but there are a lot of people that come in, have no idea what they want, but they need something, and they need to feel hope right away. They need to feel cleared right away. They need to feel love right away. They need to get the heaviness off of them so they can kind of accelerate their spiritual journey. That's really what it's about. Yeah, so that link will be there. It's also in the post. Yeah, and of course it can be in person in Calgary, an area, or it can be online, because I have clients from all over the world, so it really doesn't matter. Thank you, Anita. I love that meditation. I feel grounded, more connected to divine self. Yeah, that's really what it's about. The more that we connect to that, the better we are. Now, another book that I've just started reading is Your True Home. And bless his soul, he passed 2 years ago, I believe it was on the 22nd of January. And I just want to read just something quickly from the book. There is a Buddhist teaching that might seem strange to you. This is teaching of aimlessness. Aimlessness means not setting an object or a goal in front of you or running after it. That is exactly what everybody does. We want this, we want that. And as long as we haven't got it, we think happiness will be impossible. We must bring about a revolution in our thinking. We must stop. We must do as the flower does. The flower is aware of the fact that it contains everything within it, the whole cosmos, and it does not try to become something else. It is the same for you. You have God within you, so you do not have to look for God. It's a choice. It's a choice point. That's it. So no more aimlessness. I love that. I love his teachings. It's just amazing. So as we are wrapping things up, we are going to be welcoming in another beautiful soul, Tracy Macfarlane, and I see she's in the backstage there. I'm just going to wait for a few more comments to come in before we start, before we restart, before we start again. And this is a collaborative community full of cheerleaders, because who doesn't love having somebody cheer you on? I mean, yeah, it's great you can do it yourself, but once in a while, the hero's journey. We love all of that. So maybe share with us, because I do ask my podcast guests when they come on, what does magic mean to you? What does magic mean to you? I'd love to know. And maybe you're like, I have no idea. That's fine. And what does it feel like to you? Yeah, helps. It helps if I spell that properly. There we go. Yeah, so I'd love to know. I mean, magic for me is in everything. In a flower, in a plant, in a bird, in everything. In this room. Magic is what keeps you in awe mode. Oh, well, thank you for that download. Magic is what keeps me in awe, because when you're in awe, you cannot be negative. Everything is possible. So I think I feel that's, for me, that's what magic means to me. Anybody else? And I'm just going to go back to the Facebook page and see. Okay. So yeah, there, Immaculata Prada had commented hello, and she needs to make sure she is registered with StreamYard so we can see who you are. And I'm actually going to put that in the group right now while we're live. And who says you can't multitask? Is it good for you? Not really, because you never get anything completed. Anyways. And Anita is saying magic means to me that spark inside of us. Yeah, creation. Absolutely. Beautiful creation, beautiful spark. Love that. Ooh, and I see we've got people, some of our presenters, I can see at the top here that you've shared as well to other groups. Thank you for doing that. Magic is grace. Yeah, and grace is already preloaded. So we can be those sparks of magic. Okay. And Eva is saying magic is everywhere. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Magic is everywhere. Thank you for saying so. Thank you very much. You know what? I am being called to pull a card just for fun. And I mean, the overall energy for the year is this card, if you can see it. The Strength card. Yeah, we've got Mr. Golden Sun coming in here. So, and I will take it because it was super cold for 2 weeks. So I am most grateful that the sun is shining and will be a reflection in everything I do. Now, I don't know about you, if anybody works with cards, tarot or oracle deck. This is the Shaman's Dream. Love that one. The one that I really love because of the colors is the Light Seers Tarot. This is a beautiful deck. Now, when it comes to cards, there's so many ways to clear and smudge and all that good stuff. But for me, I knock. And then I will use a bit of smudging as well. And then you can prayers, clearings, intentions, whatever it happens to be. But when it comes to cards, it's about clearing ourselves. It comes to anything, just like we did with grounding. So I ask, God, make me a channel for thy peace. Grant me this conversation for the highest good of all. Relieve me of the bondage of self so I may better do thy will. Thy will be done through me. Show me how to serve. Let there only be light. Amen. And now we're knocking. So what is the energy? What are we focusing on during this summit? Let's just really set the tone for this summit. And for me, I usually wait for a card to either fly out, get stuck. But there's no right or wrong way when it comes to working with decks. I know many that just cut and shuffle and draw a card and they're done because they don't want to shuffle forever. So this one was at the bottom and it was sticking out. Oh, okay. So the Judgment card, this is a major arcana, meaning, there's certain cards super highlighted. There's 22 of them, but this one is about paying attention. And you can see the shadow, not the shadow self, but the inner, the light, the magical self jumping out. So whenever we're in judgment, we're not living in magic. We're not living authentically. We're not having that spark from the divine, from God, from source. So really that's what this whole summit is about, is releasing our judgments of, well, that's how I normally do things, or no, that's not what I was taught. Because the age of Aquarius is about the absolute opposite. Aquarians are quirky and they're very collaborative and they're out of the box. So how can we get out of the box? How have we boxed ourselves in? And how can we release and let go? So that's the card for the summit. I'm going to keep it here on the side so I don't forget. All right. Well, you know what? We're going to just shift things up. And I know Tracy is waiting in the back. And are you ready, Tracy? Give me a wave. Okay, awesome. I don't want to be like, oh, just bring her up. And she's like, what? All right. So yeah, welcome Tracy to the stage. I am just going to get her bio so I don't forget anything. And her cute little doggy. She is a yoga specialist with 1,000+ hours of studies in yoga and energy healing, traveling, self-healing work, chakra theory, expanded her perspective on the world, human nature, spirituality. Challenging health issues have been a gift in Tracy's life. Amen. Driving her curiosity of the mind-body complex, which has helped her heal. Yoga connects her to her intuition and guides healing journey. Amen to that. Tracy stays committed to living in the present and staying healthy so that she can help others live a happier life. In this way, these struggles serve a higher purpose. And she has quoted, "You are your own guru." And I love that. So welcome, Tracy, to the stage. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for being here. I believe you are muted, my dear.
Of course. Hello, thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here.
Happy to be here. I'm happy to be here as part of this lovely community. I resonated so much with what Christine had to say this morning and just about her journey and all the lessons that she's providing. And I'm here to speak about moving out of chronic challenges and into, more regularly feeling chronically content instead of chronically challenged, because, life can be a struggle. It really can. But there are ways to kind of unpack that struggle and make life move much more smoothly. So
Perfect. Well, I will let you have the stage. It's all
great,
yours.
thanks. Great. So thank you everyone for joining. If you want to just jump into the comments and let me know where you've joined us from so I can connect with my audience a little bit here. And I just want to say thank you for connecting in. Thank you, Ima. I'm so grateful to have you here and in my life too. Lovely, lovely soul. Thank you, Gite. Lovely. Where are we all coming from? Ima, I know you're in Calgary. Great.
Yeah, I believe Gite's in Denmark.
Nice. Yeah. Okay, everyone. Leanne, thank you. Thank you for joining us. Great. So I'm just letting everyone kind of get settled in here before I begin. Yeah. What I thought I would begin with is just really connect with everybody through our hearts, because really, even though we're talking, oh, slave leg, hello, fellow Albertan. Even though we're here online in a virtual capacity, we can still connect through our hearts. You know, there's no space or time through that connection of the heart. That's immediate. So I thought that we could join in by just closing your eyes to start. So let's just connect and get grounded, and then I can begin chatting about my topic for today. So if you could just feel your breath, close your eyes and maybe place your hands on your heart, both hands. I want you to really connect in with that energy center there, because we've got a really beautiful energy center there, and it's like the balancing point for all the chakra systems. It's a really important chakra. I mean, they all are, but this one's really important. It's your connection to your divinity. It's your connection to source or God or whatever you want to call it. Just breathe through that. So you could imagine like breathing actually through your heart, so that every time you breathe in, you can literally feel an energetic expansion. And then each time you breathe out, you can just like let go of worries and fears and thoughts and just come back to really feeling your body. That's really good. Now just stay here with your awareness and see if you can let a bit of love come into your heart. So it's really powerful to know that you can intentionally tweak in that feeling of love. So if it helps to think of a person, place, or thing that you love, go ahead and do that, because that'll stir up those feelings for you. Now you can imagine on your exhale, once that feeling is moving, sending out that love into the ether around you. I want you to imagine sending that love out to everyone in this community and connecting through your heart with their hearts. Keeping your attention on the heart as you breathe. Just let any thoughts of what you might be struggling with in your life right now to come into your heart. And that's okay. It's life. It can be really helpful to, just like we sent that love out into the ether, to just put a little bubble of love around that struggle. And it's okay. Okay, so just slowly open your eyes. If you felt like sharing what you're struggling with, by all means, you could drop it into the chat. It might be personal and you don't want to do that either. What am I struggling with right now? Well, I probably have a little bit of anxiety today because I'm doing the Heart and Soul Summit, so I'm a tiny bit anxious, but that's okay. I know how to kind of ground that anxiety down so that it's not sort of taking over, if you know what I mean. So that's one of my little honest struggles that I'm happening for me today. So before I begin, I'm going to let you know that I do have a free contest posted on our Heart and Soul Summit page for those in attendance today or who watch the live after. Just go in, you enter your email, you enter a contest, and I will be explaining announcing the winners next Saturday. My contest is that I'm going to be providing you a roadmap today to how to get out of chronic struggle, but I'm going to be giving you a workbook with that roadmap and writing prompts on how to tap into your own intuitive guidance and how to come out of that struggle. A part of me struggles with feeling inadequate and not good enough. And do you know what? I think everybody has a level of that. Like we all have different levels of not feeling adequate. It's how much is that taking over in your life and what to do with that. And we kind of unpack that a little bit in that workbook that hopefully one lucky winner will get. Also, I'm offering a guided meditation as well, and I'm going to be putting a sample of that on our Heart and Soul community so you can kind of hear what that's all about. But that guided meditation is going to help you with the workbook work through those challenges for yourself with those prompts for those questions. Okay, so let's start with my topic now. Okay, so chronic. What is chronic? Something that's persistent, something that you're struggling with, something that's long lasting, and something that's really difficult to change, right? But being contented is to feel a sense of satisfaction. Now, I wanted to call this moving into chronically happy, but really that's not, how do I say this? It's not, our expectations would be too high to live in constant happiness, and it's actually not a healthy way. If you were to study Buddhism meditation, we are much more content and happy without like constantly being into happiness or constantly being too low. So that's craving and aversion that we look for within our meditation practice. They talk about how this is such a lovely place to be, contentment. So that's being satisfied. So hard, life being hard is a reality. So just accepting that that's a part of life, I think is one of the major steps for me anyways. So when it does get hard, we just love ourselves and we love what's going on and we go with the flow, right? That again, those things, accepting and going with the flow, just opens up our energy. It takes away the density of the struggle. And when we do that, gifts can come to us, our intuitive guidance. And then so hard is a reality. Now for me and my journey through my health issues, yeah, that was really hard. And to some extent, I'm still going through some of that, but I've resolved a lot of it now. And when I was going through unpacking it and trying to figure it out, because there came a point where I was like, no, I got to figure this out. Because I kept sort of healing and then it would come back and then healing and it would come back. And I'm like, why? Why is that happening? What am I doing and contributing to this problem? So I made a commitment to sit down and go into my own inner guru space, my soul, into my heart, into stillness, to meditate regularly and figure out how I could unpack my personal problem and the layers. Because when something becomes chronic, it's very layered. And so really, we want to start unpacking those layers. So I like to explain it like a knot. So you could imagine this being a ball of yarn, okay? And we like pull one string on the ball of yarn and we try something, but then we watch, what happens when I try this or I try this? Does that knot start to unravel? and let go of that energy block that we might be in. And so in that sense, when you're dealing with something hard and chronic, it's actually the doorway into more lightness. It's actually a blessing. But you need to kind of know how to do that, how to unpack it so that it actually becomes your blessing. And that's what today is all about. I'm going to go through the steps for that. But part of that is tapping into your own intuitive guidance. And again, those 10, I'm going to give you 10 steps. And those 10 steps will help you tap into your own intuitive guidance. You know, we're so used to finding our answers externally and trusting the experts. And the experts, you know, it took me a long time to trust experts because I never actually got the information I needed when I was on my healing journey. But there did come a point where I was like, Tracy, you need to trust them. And I did, and it really, really helped me. But what was more important is I really, really need to trust myself, because when I started trusting in myself, I started tapping into my own intuitive guidance, and I started getting answers for myself and really trusting in those answers. So when we have something hard and we start to unpack it, we bring light into our life. Things get lighter. So we start to unpack things like limiting beliefs, negative thoughts, patterns that kind of hold us in this box. And as we start unpacking them, and trust me, there's usually lots of them, so you know it's going to take a while, but there's a famous quote, and I wish I wrote it down because I don't know who it was or what it is. It just really, really sat with me, and I'm completely paraphrasing here, but it's to the effect that we spend the first 40 years of our life sort of accumulating garbage and junk. And then we spend the next 40 years of our life unpacking it. And I truly believe that's part of the soul's journey. I believe that there's a reason for that, right? This is how we learn. This is how we get stronger. This is how we become more aware, because there's always more that we can be aware of. So we can really expand our consciousness and be aware of more. Okay, we really develop our character and we gain wisdom for our soul in this lifetime. So there's this gift in going into what's difficult, but most of us really, really have a hard time moving into difficult because it's uncomfortable. And that's why I want to encourage you, if you're ready, because not everyone is ready. And I acknowledge that. But just allowing yourself to face, you know, the things that you might not really be ready, or when you're ready, the things that you might not have wanted to face. Now, I'm terrible at finding my gut instincts. Yes, Adam, I understand that I know I spent a lot of time trying to unpack what intuitive guidance feels like, right? And you know, it can be different for everyone. For some people, they really feel it in their gut, just like you're saying, your gut instincts, right? But we are all different. And I'm not just talking about like the 5 main intuitive um, types, you know, the sound, the sight, the feeling. There are other ways that the everyday person can tap into their intuitive guidance. So hopefully this will help you, Adam. And one is to actually feel your heart. Your heart's always going to tell you the right direction, right? There are 8, Claire's, Christine's correcting me, there's 8, okay. I was top 5, but whatever. So the heart is one of them. It's going to guide you. What feels good is your gut instinct for some people, for everyone, actually. That's one of them. Your sensitivity, your people who are sensitive, those sensitivities are all part of your intuitive guidance system. For everyone, getting your mind still and just letting the thoughts fall away through meditation. And the yogis taught this 2,000 to 4,000 years ago. Boom, a thought will come in, light bulb. That's intuitive guidance. So we all have it, but you have to get still. And yeah, some people are extremely intelligent but don't have common sense. Yeah. So I'm going to move on to just talking about this hard turning into something that becomes really valuable for you, okay? And I was trying to find, I've got the traditional tarot deck somewhere and I can't find it because I don't use tarot really. I'm fascinated by tarot. I think it's absolutely amazing, the story behind it. But I tend to use angel cards. I like the energy of angel cards. But I brought out a different tarot deck that I have. This is not the first card in the tarot deck, but it's the 0 card, the Fool. So I'm going to bring that in. Hopefully you can see that with the light. It's funny that Christine had a card that she pulled today. I didn't pull this. I intentionally pulled this because I wanted you to see the Fool, right? The Fool represents the hero's journey, and all souls have the potential to take that journey on. And like Christine said, that journey could happen multiple times in your lifetime. And that's what the tarot deck is really about, is the different things that can happen along that journey. But what happens with the Fool, that's when the journey begins. And that's when you move from chronically hard and to get to content, you move through that journey of the tarot deck. I know, I love the Fool card too. That's why I wanted to find the traditional deck. I love the traditional one, but this is a beautiful one too. And you can see this free spirit, because usually once you decide to go on that journey, you know, you become like this free spirit that just lets go of everything and just tries. They just try a new way, and they do it blindly. They do it with faith. I'm gonna bring my finger over here. Yeah. So they take a leap of faith off that cliff, and they don't know what's going to happen when they jump off that cliff. That's the start of unpacking the chronically hard to moving towards chronically content. Because once you go through the tarot deck and through those challenges and those lessons, because what it becomes is all these beautiful lessons. You start learning things, and that's how you grow and become wise, like I was saying. So yeah, the tarot deck has some amazing themes in there if you ever kind of want to dig into that. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about 10 steps that I personally took on my journey to help me unpack why it was that I was struggling so much, okay? Because once something becomes chronic, your whole being is involved in the problem. Okay, so we're not just physical beings. Christine was talking about how we are spiritual beings living in a human body. 100% agree with that. And going on that hero's journey, you know, helps develop that spiritual being, and the body is a vehicle to carry us through that. But when we become into something chronic, the whole dimensions of the being are involved in the problem. So physically, energetically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. So the very first thing that I did on my journey was I sat down and I thought, I made a conscious decision to, let's fix this, right? I have kind of fixed it and then it comes back. So what is it, right? And I went inwards and got still. And I actually created a little ceremony for myself to try and connect with the universal energy, because once you sort of ask a question or get very clear on an intention and what you want to do, the universe will start responding to you and helping you on that journey. So setting an intention, that's it, my first step. So if anyone wants to make notes, so setting an intention, I'm just going to write it in the chat here. That's your very first step. So setting intention means to get clear. Get clear in your mind what it is that you want to achieve. So the next one that I have, and anyone who knows me or is around me will know that I talk about this, and I'm going to talk about it again and again in the future. Meditate, meditate, meditate. This is where you're going to hear your intuitive guidance. This is where your soul is going to speak to you. This is where higher guidance is going to come in. This is where you're going to get your thoughts more still so that you can really feel your body and actually live in your body. You know, a lot of us, if you want to, I'm trying to do this so the camera can see it right, but like if you can imagine this is your body and this is your like higher self, a lot of our higher selves are sitting out of our bodies. So we want to sort of get that higher self grounded back into my body or your body again, right? And when we calm the thoughts, it calms the nervous system. We can feel our bodies much better. And our bodies are always talking to us as well. They're part of our intuitive guidance. So you do need to meditate. I think of all the steps, and you were to pick one, that's it. Because if you were to do that regularly and really commit to it, your journey might just unravel on its own without any of the other steps that I'm going to give to you today. Okay, so, and I know meditation, you know, can be a little scary for some people, but I encourage you to, there's so many different kinds of meditations out there. Just find the one that resonates with you. I found one of the ones I loved the most was So Hum meditation. It's a yogic meditation. So calming and relaxing. So Hum, if you want to look that up. So the next step is you want to see the problem from a new level of consciousness. So not just the way you've been looking at it. Like I said, we are multidimensional beings. And Einstein had a famous phrase, and I'm going to paraphrase here. In fact, I'm not sure exactly how he presented this statement because it is paraphrased in many different ways if you were to Google it. But the one that I like the most is you can't solve a problem at the same level of consciousness that it was created. So you really need to change something for yourself to be able to shift it. If you're doing the same thing, you're still in that same level of consciousness, right? And because we're physical, energetic, emotionally, mentally, and spiritual beings, multidimensional, we need to actually apply all of those to try and unpack the problem. But we need to find it, we need to look at it from a different level of consciousness. And each of those levels, physically, energetically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually, represent a different level of consciousness. Energy follows your awareness and wherever you place your awareness. So you can tap into your thoughts, you can tap into your emotions, you can tap into your body with your awareness, you can tap into your heart, you can tap into your higher self and your intuition. So trying to get a different perspective through these different levels of the human experience. Now, the next step is not really a step that I engaged, but it comes from a lot of observations as a teacher of yoga and meditation and working with people. I don't know why, but I kind of went head on into my healing journey without even thinking about it or having a lot of fear about it. But a lot of people do fear, like hearing their thoughts, feeling their emotions. Uh, they fear feeling their bodies. They really kind of, there's a word I'm looking for, they just clench up and away from it. They're very afraid of it. So if you are ready for a journey like that, I really want to encourage you not to be afraid of what's there. I mean, like I said earlier, life is hard and it's okay to have hard, but to, oh, hang on. Can everyone hear me? Because I just got a message that something disconnected. Hang on, just give me a sec.
No, we can hear you. You're good.
Okay. Yeah, I got a message that something else connected in. So thanks for
Yeah,
letting me know,
all
guys.
good.
So basically, where was I there? I've kind of lost my train of thought there. Hang on. I know. Get back to it. Yes, don't fear your thoughts and your emotions, guys. Okay. Going from hard to contentedness does require going through what's hard. It's when we, thank you, Ema, for letting me know. Thank you, Adam. I can feel my connection there with my heart with everyone. Thank you. But yeah, we need to go through that hard and we need to face it and we need to be okay. When you're going through something hard, and I've practiced this a lot, when hard is happening, um, you need to slow down and be still and be with it and feel it. You don't need to feel it fully and engage in it fully. You more want to just allow your awareness to kind of observe it happening. So when you feel an emotion, you can feel it actually moving through your body. You can feel the energy of it moving. You want to see the thoughts coming in. You want to create a new pattern of thinking that's more helpful. You retrain the brain and the mind and the body. Um, so yeah, you want to kind of move into observing. And again, that's what meditation does, is it helps teach you how to move into observer mode as you go through day-to-day life. So the next step is you need to make a plan. Like once you've done those things and you understand this, sorry, I'm getting distracted there. Once you do this and you understand that, you need to then make a plan for yourself and commit to it. Going to be positive and put the quote about life being hard, and then I need to change that view. Yeah, so yeah, life can be hard and we need to accept hard and then replace whenever we have like a this is hard thought, replace it. You know, one of mine is this happens to me a lot. Oh, I'm tired today. I'm tired today. I say that a lot in my mind, and I consciously know I'm energized. I am energetic. You know, that's one of the ones that I'm constantly replacing at this time in my life. So you then need to make a plan. And I really encourage you to make a plan and think about it physically, energetically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. How can you support yourself on all those levels? Okay, so physically, I don't need to talk too much about that, you know. Energetically, Christine talked about all those meditations that you can do to keep your energetic body clear. Those are really, really important. Those are things that I use daily in my life as well, or as needed when I feel that I need it. Emotionally and mentally, these kind of go together. So watching those thoughts and feelings interact and replacing them when you can, but then accepting them. And spiritually, having a spiritual practice where you can connect with a higher source and your own divinity. So having supports for each of these levels. I mean, you might want to bring in an energy healer that can give you a different perspective. You might need a counselor. You might need exercise. But when you get quiet and go inwards, you're going to know what you need. And so that brings me to the next step, and that is take action. A lot of us sort of go through life with these ideas, but not grounding them down into our body. And that happens because our higher selves and our souls are kind of not quite in our body, right? We need to get in and stay grounded so that we can draw in and take action in our life. We need to ground energy down and then actually take the steps that we need to resolve that. So even if it's a small step, and I tend to go with the energy of my day, okay, what's happening for me today? Can I take a small step or can I take a bigger step today? So you need to actually take action. Some of us get into like this freeze mode where we don't actually take the steps. So now I'm going to move on to the next one, which is mindset is everything. Honestly, if you knew what your thoughts were creating, meditation would become actually top priority for you in your life. 95% of our thoughts are unconscious. And that's the trouble with all of this and all this manifestation work that people are doing. It's like, well, if you're working on a manifestation, but you've got a program running in the 95%, it's going to keep changing the energy around you. And it's going to be really, really difficult to manifest. So again, this is why meditation is absolutely key. So that we can start catching the mindset that is holding us back so that we can shift it and move forward. Okay, I've got two more steps. One of them I call the virtues to live by. And that is, these are things that when you employ them regularly in your life, completely shift your energy, completely shift your vibration, gets you out of feeling stuck. Okay, and that is accepting, letting go, forgiving, always come back to love and faith and hope. So accepting, letting go, forgiving, love, faith, and hope. Okay. This is more offered more in depth within the workbook that I have about shifting out of chronically hard. But those things bring me to my next point, which is maintain a high vibration of energy. Those things help you maintain a high energy vibration. And we really need to watch for when we move out of a high energy vibration. And that could be negative thinking, negative emotions, fatigue and heaviness. Get out and go for a walk and change that energy. Again, that action piece, take action, do something. Go see an energy healer, go to the gym, get your plan into action, because you're watching for those low vibrational points. We want to keep the vibration high, because when our vibration is high, we attract into our life what it is that we're looking for. Your external world is a reflection of your internal world. So pause and just think about that for a second. Your external world is a reflection of your internal world. Just going to let that sink in a moment, just sort of thinking about your life. I'm going to just putting the steps here. Okay, I'm going to add more of the steps here in a minute. Okay, so yeah, that's how you move from difficult to more regularly feeling a sense of contentedness. And that's really about coming back to your heart, right? So all of that brings you back to your heart. I started with your heart, right? So when you're trying to shift into that high vibration, you get rid of all this density and just change things by doing those things and taking those actions. You'll feel your vibration shift and change. But when you do that, that's when you can feel your heart again. You come back to your heart. So why don't we end by going back into your heart again? So just close your eyes. And just feeling your breath like we did earlier. You're literally breathing in and out of your heart. Your heart is breathing. And when you breathe in, it expands. And when you breathe out, you release density. And from my heart to yours, the divinity in me recognizes the divinity in you, and I send you healing, love, and light on your journey from my heart to yours. I genuinely want to just send out into the world to lighten everyone's hearts. Life has been a little challenging in recent years. There's a lot going on in this world, a lot, and it sort of hurts my heart what's going on. But I send you love. Thank you for having me. And Christine, thank you for having me. Pleasure to be here. Now, does anyone, while I put in the rest of these steps, have any questions?
Yeah, send us your questions, comments, feedback. I'm going to plug in the comments as well, your giveaway link. So at some point you'd want to talk about that.
Yeah. Thank you for putting the link in, because I was thinking about doing that. Yeah.
I just put it on a Word document just to make it easier. So
perfect.
less typing.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so for take action, I put take action in there, didn't I?
Support your journey and on all dimensions.
Mindset is everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Squishing those ants. I remember, I don't know
Yes,
who taught
ants.
that, but I
I
remember
don't know if
ants.
you,
Squish,
it's
squish, squish.
Dr.
Not that I
Dr.
want to
Amen.
hurt. Yeah. Not that I want to hurt any ants. I don't hurt
No,
any living beings, but the mind ones, yes.
oh, Anita, I love your steps so much. Thank you. Oh, good,
Miss
great. I
Marcia
hope I
from
really.
California. She's coming in.
Oh,
She went through one
you're.
of my, yeah, Unleash Your
Oh,
Magic
from
course
California.
from
I've seen you
California.
dip into the group, Marcia. Thank you for
She is
joining us.
This lady is inspirational. She retired after 50 years, and then when working with me for 8 weeks, she is now a death doula. She totally
That's
flipped her script.
funny that you mentioned that. I was thinking about how like having support and that's something that's needed more in this world to bring
Oh,
awareness
death and
around that.
hospice, because there's so much fear around death.
Yeah,
But like Deepak Chopra says, he practices a prayer every night where he says, "I wish to die well." Yes.
yeah, yeah. I know the unknown is scary, but yeah,
Hmm.
Marcia, good for you. I think that is much, much needed.
Yeah,
Okay,
very
and then
nice.
we've got Adam. Ants
I'll
come
just
in my
keep
house.
reading the comments and you continue on. Oh, ants.
Okay, great.
Adam, you're a funny guy. You're
I
very
know.
interactive. We love it. Ants come in my house. Sorry, tell them to stay outside. And
There,
laughter
I'll
is
post.
is so healing too. Laughter. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
The more you laugh, the
Do you
better
know
you
I did
feel.
laughter yoga training?
Ah, yes. Yeah, I had a
Yeah,
client that took laughter yoga in France.
I was late for the
Interesting.
training, right? There was it's awful, but something happened. The train didn't get there in time. I think someone jumped, but I got there after it started, and I was like, "Oh my God, they're crazy!" Like, but then I joined in, and I was like, "Woo!" It really created a really high vibration of energy. It was really amazing. So if you ever get a
Oh,
chance to try laughter yoga, it's one of your tools, right? One of
yes.
your supportive tools. It's a good one. Um, Laughter yoga is so fun. So you've tried laughter yoga, Sherry?
Nice. I love that.
That's awesome. Great. I'm going to post these steps as well within the Heart and Soul Summit. But like I said in my free gift, we go into more depth on those steps. There are probing questions to help you go deeper into those steps for you personally. And then the meditation that I created to support those steps, in that I help you go deeper and tap into your own intuitive guidance system. And we pull in support from the angels and the guides, and we get grounded and still. And I help you try and feel into what you personally need on your journey. So they work together, the workbook and the meditation. And I'm going to be just placing just a short little clip of the meditation as well. So, a-
Wonderful.
any other questions to anyone out there? Um, I just want to say thank you so much for joining us, and I'm super grateful to be here. I'm really grateful to have an audience because, like I said in my bio, what's the point of like working so hard on something and moving through struggle if I can't in some way teach and help other people? It might not be for you. Like those steps might not be for you personally, but maybe they are. And even if it just reaches one person and it's right for that person, then it just does create value in my journey. So
Absolutely. And it would be an injustice if you didn't share. That's why you're here for this
yeah,
in this lifetime, right?
yeah,
So, and it's one person. You touch one person and it's a ripple effect.
yeah, because
Yeah.
they get better, and then hopefully
They
they
share with somebody else.
and
And
everyone has like a purpose, right?
oh,
And
absolutely. And it's not your job.
no,
Just
no, no, it's not
FYI,
your job.
everybody.
um,
But a lot of we were taught that though, right? We were taught that. Go to
yes, it
college,
is.
yada
Yep.
yada, you gotta have this whole
That's the
life
way it
plan.
has to be. We get stuck in that box, and that box is great for lots of people too, if that's what you want. But there are a lot of people that are like yearning for something else, and they don't know how to get there, right? So, but I always say that your gifts can be taking care of the elderly. It can be
Yes,
growing food for people, or
that's
just taking
right.
care of your neighbor. It can be something small, or it can be something big. We don't need to put a value on it, right? This is how we are all interconnected and we help each other.
Yeah, it's the community. There's unity in community.
Yeah, and great, Adam, that you try to give back. I think it's really good to be conscious of always trying to give back what you can.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, raised by school teachers, I try to give back. You do give back. You're here.
Yeah. Yes, that's
You're
right.
interacting where many people will watch something, but they only dip their toe. They're only I call it half-assing it. I'm about whole-assing. You got your whole ass in this.
Yeah.
So just do it. Gite. If
You
you have
have.
to shift your mindset, something in you also has to die. So the old mindset and how it became the truth. With a capital T, the truth of who you are.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And that's why I called my meditation Trust Your Truth, right?
Mm-hmm. Love
Yeah.
that. I love that. Thank you so much. We've got
Yeah.
7 hearts and 7 people watching. 7,
Oh, wonderful.
7. So that might be for somebody out there that needs a confirmation.
Yeah, thank you.
So I've already shared your giveaway. Was there anything else you would like to share?
No, I
Um,
think that's me.
that's you. All right. And
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you one question, and I'm going
Yeah.
to ask everybody this question.
Yeah.
Because I asked about what does magic mean to you. Now I'm going to ask, what is your Moby Dick, big whale of a dream? How can we consciously help you create that dream? What's your dream? And not for your business and not for somebody else, but for you, because we tend to go to other people before we go
Mm,
for us.
yeah. Hmm. My dream. Again, I just naturally go towards helping people, but that's just because I don't know. I'm really,
Mm.
there's like, my dream is to speak, I think. I've been really, really drawn to speaking.
Mm-hmm.
It's like this drive. My husband said to me one day, I don't know how you can be bothered. And I'm like, I don't know either. All I know is there's a whisper here and it just keeps going and it won't leave me alone.
And
It's like
tuning in. Yes,
you've
you're
got to
gonna.
talk.
We
Something I
will.
have to
We
talk
will wish that for you. We're bringing that in one step. You and you already are. You're sharing right
Yeah.
here.
What about anyone else want to share?
Yeah, come on. Where's your big dreams? And I will even pull back because I do a lot of inner child work as well. What
Mm.
were your dreams as a child that you have not brought forward? What why did you forget? Who told you
Yeah.
you couldn't do it?
Yeah.
Because they're wrong. So bring it
Yeah.
forward. And I actually have had clients say, I never had any dreams as a child. And that is probably the saddest thing. But a lot of it is repressed. So when we work together, we unearth it. It does come
Yeah.
forward.
Lovely, Marcia. Your own talk show. That's
Your own
amazing.
talk show. There you go.
That would be such a lovely community.
There you go. I mean, there are those health channels. There's Gaia. There's so many,
Hmm.
right, that are out there. So it's possible. Everything is possible
Yeah.
once you set your mind to it.
Yeah. We need to really see where our mindset holds us back because, I'll catch myself thinking something, oh, wait a minute. No, that's not even real. It doesn't have to be my reality. I've just, for some reason,
Mm,
learned that along the way, right?
yeah.
Everything's possible. If it's in your
Conditioning.
heart,
Yeah,
one thing I've learned, if it's in your heart, you'll get supported, right? It's just the
absolutely.
mind that keeps you from moving forward.
Yep, absolutely. Adam says he has a big one. Well, you got to share with us.
Okay.
Don't leave us
Yeah.
hanging. Yeah, and well, at one point it was 8-8, so we had 7-7 and 8-8. Love it.
Nice.
Marcia, all about the elders and helping others transition to the other side. Yes.
Nice.
Yes, it's not a scary place. And there are so many NDEs, near death experience is out there, like
Yeah.
podcasts, interviews. It's just mind blowing.
Yeah. It's comforting when you
It
watch them.
is. It
Yeah.
is to know that it's the end of pain and suffering because human condition is suffering.
Yeah. Yep. It's a
Full
part of
stop.
the human condition. Um,
I believe this is Eva. I want to teach people how to love themselves. That means self respect, self acceptance, and take care of yourself. Yes.
that's an important thing.
So I had put in the comments, please authenticate yourself on StreamYard so we can see who you are and your name. Otherwise, you're going to be Facebook user. Okay. Gitte, you already are a teacher. What are you talking about? You've taught me so much. She's a beautiful soul. Oh, here we go. Adam's coming in. He had a weird dream this morning. I was with my football coach in his car going somewhere. I was in high school. Whoa, 45 years ago. Roll it back. I don't know what that dream was trying to tell me. Could be so many things. Go with your first
Yeah.
instinct.
How did the dream feel? Like, how did you
Yeah,
feel in the dream? Go with that.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I do some dream interpretations, but I teach people how to interpret their own dreams as well. So there is a lot of reflective going back, that kind of memory, because we're all healing that intergenerational trauma right now. So
Yeah.
that I know I've been having that come up too, like high school friends and acquaintances. I'm like, whoa, where'd that come from? So
Yeah.
it's in the field, or somebody has a thought. That thought can travel across all timelines. So you're in their
Yep.
thought pattern somewhere too. Or maybe it's a missed opportunity. I mean, like I said, there's so many. Go and look online. There are dream interpretation places you can look up or get a book. Yeah. So, all right. Well, thank you so much for sharing all your dreams and your beautiful energy, Tracy. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
And of
Everyone have a
course,
lovely day.
yeah,
Sorry.
and if you're on the replay, Tracy will interact with you either way. If you have a question for her, we'll make sure we don't leave you hanging because we don't do
Yeah.
that.
Yep.
So,
We'll jump in
all
there.
right, have a
Okay.
beautiful day. Take
Yeah.
care of yourself.
Bye. Enjoy
Bye-bye.
the shows, everyone. Bye-bye. With love.
Absolutely. All right. So here we are. Man, time is just sped up. You're supposed to have a break at noon, but you know what? We're going to have a break right now. And then thank you, Adam. Thank you for being so interactive. It's very nice to see you interacting and participating. But yes, we're going to take a little break, and then when we come back, we will have our next beautiful soul and presenter, Anita. So take this time to get some water, stretch, take your pooch outside, whatever it happens to be, and we will see you in about, I'd say, 15 minutes. All right. All right, we're back. Little dance, little dance. Why not? Who cares? All right, welcome back. Welcome back. We'll take a little bit for everybody to come back. Maybe they went outside and they never came back because it's absolutely beautiful outside. I feel like in this front office, it's like a sauna because the sun, I'm getting all the front sun. But you know what? I will take it. I'm recharging my batteries as we speak. All right. Well, thank you so much for being here and rejoining us. And if you're new and didn't catch the first part, let us know. Say who you are, where you're from, who you're looking forward to. This is the full summit. We're a little ahead of schedule, which is nothing wrong with that. So, because me, being, I always like to be early. That's just me because I like to just make sure everything's good and I'm good. That's how I operate, but not everybody's like that. I get that. So whether you're here live or on the replay, let us know either way. And yeah, and do all those wonderful things. Please share, please like, please comment. There are prizes and giveaways, so you don't want to miss out. All right, enough of me talking, and there will be a little more talking. What am I saying? I want to welcome our next guest and another beautiful soul, part of the summit, Anita Lewis. For over 20 years, Anita excelled at guiding others while thriving in her own career. During this time, she studied and implemented transformational success principles in her own life, increasing her awareness and understanding of the importance of making committed decisions, identifying inspired actions, and following through with intentional steps to live a fuller, more expansive life. Anita is a certified life mastery consultant with the Brave Thinking Institute. Her programs help you break through limitations and become aware of the power that is within you. And that's amazing because when I first started my podcast 5 years ago, I called it The Power of Healing Your Energy. So really, it's all about power and healing and energy. And yeah, here is Anita. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Of course.
Okay, perfect.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for being here. And yes, did you want to maybe just expand a little bit about yourself, your story, and then
Yes,
just away you go?
thank you. So, welcome everyone. My name is Anita Lewis, and I'm founder of Soul Spark Coaching. And I've had a very interesting journey in my life. I started out and still involved quite a bit in sort of a technical corporate environment, which I've thrived, like I said, quite a bit over the last 20 years. But over this time, I've also had this yearning to be able to help and support other people's growth. And I did that in my corporate environment, but I felt that there was more to that than what I was doing. And really then found coaching, and it really inspired me to help people discover their dreams and to live fully into their lives. So that's kind of how I've gotten to where I am today. I feel very blessed to have met these other lovely speakers last year and that we connected and aligned in creating this summit. I'm very grateful for Christine for reaching out and really starting this whole endeavor. So I'd like to honor that part of me when I sign up for events like this, like the one we're having today, so we can be open and receptive to receiving what we need to hear, what we need to learn, and what we need to incorporate into our lives. And I took a lot out of Christine's and Tracy's sharing with us. And I will definitely be going back to listen to the replay to more fully take in their message. But I also feel there's so many synergies in our discussion today. And I love that. I'd like us to remember that we're all in this upward spiral of growth and becoming our authentic, true selves. So I'm going to be walking through the principles of unlocking that power that is within us. So let's get started. So we all have a power breathing in us. And this, as a result, we're far more capable than we know. So there's the ancient text of the Talmud, and it says, every blade of grass has an angel leaning over it, whispering, grow, grow, grow. And that little blade of grass will press right through cement, seeking the light. And that power that is calling that blade of grass to become the very best it can become, it's as loud and clear inside of you and inside of me. And that same power is speaking to you to become the very best version of you that you can become. I feel it's like life is itself seeking to express itself through you. And that life expresses through us by our dreams and our intentions of what we want to create in this life. So, I'm going to take some time today to speak about creating greater awareness within ourselves, understanding the principles on accessing this power and the potential of our mind, harnessing the purpose and passion that lies within us, and connecting to that infinite side of ourselves to take inspired action. So, how do we tap into this power within us? And so, have you ever wondered why there are so many people that work so hard and diligently and seem to struggle almost most of their lives, while there's others that seem to get almost everything that they sort of achieve and they want? And even if these people do face some obstacles or challenges, they seem to come out of it even in a better place than they were before. I feel there's a key to accessing this power within us, but a lot of us are not necessarily aware about it or know about it, and they don't know how to use it. And there was a gentleman, his name was Earl Nightingale, and he called it the strangest secret in the world. And it's generally, we become what we think about. So let me say that again. We become what we think about. I think if we really understand this and live into it, it does alter our life. And throughout history, there have been great teachers, I believe philosophers, prophets, and leaders that have spoken about it. And even though Earl Nightingale called it a secret, it's not really a secret. And it's been part of so many different teachings over time. So Marcus Aurelius, he was a great Roman Empire, and he said, "Your life is what your thoughts make of it." And Neville Goddard, he wrote a wonderful book called The Power of Awareness in 1952. And he wrote that your mind is always arranged in the image of all that you believe and consent as true. So that is the happiness, the contentment, the fulfillment on your life really depends on the quality of our thoughts. And Raymond Hollywell, he was a psychologist, a philosopher, and author. He said, "One is constantly thinking. You can change your thoughts, but you cannot stop thinking." Henry Ford, "Whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right." And William Shakespeare, "There is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so." So, are we aware of our thoughts that go through our heads on a daily basis? So, William James, he's considered one of the most influential philosophers of the United States, and he was considered the father of American psychology. And he indicated that if you care enough for a result, and you will almost certainly attain it, but you must really wish these things and wish them exclusively, and not wish at the same time 100 other incompatible things just as strongly. So I feel the best way to explain this power within us and the potential of our mind is through an analogy. And Earl Nightingale used to like to use this one quite a bit. And that the human mind is like a garden, and our consciousness is compared to the land in this garden. And we are gardeners. And the land, that fertile soil, will give the gardener choice of what they would like to plant. And the land doesn't care. It's up to us to make the decisions. So remember, we're comparing our human mind to that land, that fertile soil, because the mind, like the land, doesn't care what you plant in it, but it will return to you what you plant. And like a garden needs regular maintenance in order to reach its full potential, so does our mind. The gardener can choose to plant what useful seeds like carrots or peas, and they nurture those, and the soil will consistently return what is planted. However, the garden and our mind requires care and attention. And like weeds in a garden, If you don't give it the attention and care it needs, our minds get overrun with negative ideas and attitudes. So we can plant seeds of success, a dream, a concrete worthwhile goal, or we plant seeds of confusion, misunderstanding, fear, anxiety, which makes it difficult for us to come to conclusions or take action. And it often leads to stress, self-doubt, frustration, and just being overwhelmed. But what we plant in our mind is what is returned to us. This is living from the inside out. It's not allowing circumstances, conditions, or situations to determine our results. Our human mind is a remarkable thing, and it contains riches beyond our wildest dreams. And it will return anything we choose to plant. And many people don't realize the true potential of their minds. The mind is a powerful tool, and it can either work for you or against you. Can you see that in your life? Because I definitely can. So we really need to think about being observers of our thoughts. It's taking that time to stop, evaluate what you're thinking. And this is especially important when we're having a strong negative reaction or feeling. And one tip I'm going to give you is that if something occurs that would typically create this negative reaction in you, take a break. Actually, take a 3-day break and schedule out 3 days when you will allow yourself your typical reaction. But during those 3 days, I would suggest you instead focus on all the potential positive things that could occur from this event. And what you may find is that you don't need your scheduled appointment. So, going back to when something triggers that strong negative reaction, we have the ability to stop, to observe our thoughts, and to shift on what we want to focus on. So, if we truly become what we think about, it kind of stands to reason that a person who's thinking about, their goals, what they want, that's what they're going to reach because that's what they're going to think about. And that is what they are thinking about. Conversely, the person that doesn't have a clear goal or they don't have an intention, who doesn't know where they're going or what they truly want, and whose thoughts are confused and they have anxiety and they have fear and worry, become what they think about. And their life is filled with frustration, of fear, anxiety, worry. I feel like everything begins with an idea. The riches of having health, love, fulfillment of all kinds begins with our state of mind. And everyone and everything starts with a thought and an idea. I think it's important when tapping into this power within us that we have a clear vision of what we want. And many times we know what we don't want, but we don't have a clear vision of what we do want. And this is important because our mind is that powerful tool we have. And people never realize that incredible potential that lies within them. When we are aware of and we can direct our thoughts, we can harness the power of our subconscious mind. And if you have a clear picture of a goal, a vision, a dream, you can become it. The thoughts and the beliefs that you hold in your mind have a direct impact on your actions and ultimately the energy and the vibration you give off and what you create around you. So David Joseph Schwartz, he was an American motivational writer and coach, and he was best known for authoring a book called The Magic of Thinking Big in 1959. And he indicated that how we think shows through how we act, and that our attitudes are mirrors of our mind. They reflect thinking. Our thoughts, our thinking impact how we feel. So when you think about all the things you have left to do in a day and how there's not enough time to do that, we start to feel stressed. We start to feel overwhelmed. And how many times have we done that to ourselves? But on the other hand, when you start thinking about what you've accomplished, what you're capable of, you start to feel more confident. And the way we feel determines what actions we take. Our feelings are expressed in our actions. When we feel confident, when we feel energized, we take different actions than when we feel depressed, frustrated, and sad. And our actions ultimately create the results in our life. Your results are caused by what you've been thinking, the seeds of what you've planted in your mind. So we are guided by our mind. That is, we are the sum total of our thoughts. However, we have not been taught to access or use this potential very well. We've been taught to use the available facts, evidence, observations, which is our current circumstances, our current conditions, and our current situations. It's an outside in focus. We were taught to focus our thoughts on what's reasonable, what's safe, why we can't, what's missing, what problems we might face, and why it won't work. And many times we focus on what we don't have or what we're lacking in our lives. We spend time listening to or talking about or even worrying about what we don't have enough of. We're not thin enough. We're not smart enough. We're not fit enough. We don't have the right education, etc. And looking back at my life, I can see moments when I held myself back because of my limiting beliefs. And those limiting beliefs made the decisions for me. And sometimes before we even get up in the morning, and I've done this, we can start our day being inadequate, already behind, already lacking in something. And just like we go to bed, our mind races on what we didn't get done that day. And if we're not careful, this mantra that goes through our minds becomes the default setting for our thoughts. It can be the reasons we can't have what we want or be who we want to be. It ends up becoming the reasons why we can't accomplish our goals, the reasons our dreams can't come true, and the reasons we give up on ourselves. And it could cause us to feel like we're abandoning our soul. We stop listening to that divine, infinite side of our nature. And we can become distant from our core values and that highest spiritual self. So, if you want to stay aligned with that infinite side of our nature, our true self, and change the results we have in our life and reach our fullest potential, we need to start by changing our focus and fully using the power of a mind. It's that inside out focus. You see, the power that is within us, the power of our mind, can provide success, happiness, and fulfillment, but it is a two-edged sword. So, the first principle is awareness and being aware of our thoughts and what we focus on. And one of the tools we can use is something I call notice what you're noticing. So, I want you to do a little experiment with me. So, if you guys could just close your eyes for a moment. So, I want you to notice your feet touching the ground. Notice that you can feel your body sitting in your chair. Notice that you can feel the air on your skin. Now, notice that you have the ability to notice these things. This is how you notice what you're noticing. And you can do the same thing with your thoughts. You can notice what you're thinking, and you can notice how what you're thinking affects how you're feeling. So we have a choice on how we want to use this information that's provided to us. We are spiritual beings having a human experience. We can choose to make our time here on earth an exciting adventure by creating and realizing our dreams. And I love this statement for Earl Nightingale. The architect of the universe didn't build a stairway leading nowhere. And we get to decide where that stairway goes. So I believe the quality of our life is really determined by the questions we ask. So just let that sink in for a minute. The quality of our life is determined by the questions we ask. And I believe one of the most highly calibrated questions there is what would you love? So I would like you to ask yourself, what would I love? So every one of us has a dream or dreams inside of us somewhere, even if we're still endeavoring to find it or to achieve it. And I believe each dream is life itself seeking to express itself through us. And that our dreams seeking to merge right now are perfectly tailored for each of us. There's another beautiful author I love. Her name is Genevieve Burhand, and she wrote a book called Your Invisible Power. And she wrote in there, everything has its origin in the mind, and that which you seek outwardly, you already possess. In visualizing or making a mental picture, that is, of what you would love, you are not endeavoring to change the laws of nature. You are fulfilling them. However, we need to decide for our dreams. We need to make a firm decision for what we would want and love. And the decisions we make will determine our results. And this can be difficult because, as I mentioned, we've been taught to use that power within us, our mind, to focus on why it won't work, why we don't have time, and why it can't be done. However, to fully make a firm decision for something, you must decide in the absence of knowing how to do it all. We all know where we are now in life, and some parts of it we love, and other parts, probably not so much. But you also know when you think on the question, would I love, where you would like to be. It's that middle part, the how, that's where we get stuck because our current way of thinking focuses on our circumstances and our conditions. It's that external driver. We have to suspend the how. That is, we have to refuse to let the unknown stop us from making a decision to move forward towards our dreams. And right now, we are setting a vibration, a frequency aligned with the current way of thinking. Our thoughts in the past have provided us what we have today. So we're living off the fruits of our thoughts. So what we're thinking today and tomorrow and next month and next year will actually mold our life and determine our future. So if you want to access that power that is within us and to create a life that you love, you need to change your thoughts. Change the vibration of where you are now to where you want to be. That is aligning the image of what you would love and the feeling of having it. There's a feeling tone with this image of what you would love, and you need to be in alignment with that feeling tone. Because you cannot access the power within you to create new results, which are at a different frequency, a different vibration than from your current way of thinking. You change your thoughts, your feelings to the vibration and the frequency of the results you want in your dream. This is what you want to become, the person in your dream, in our visions. We become what we think. So with decision and a commitment to your vision comes persistence. You have to make up your mind to stick with it by being persistent. You are demonstrating faith in yourself and in the power that is breathing you, your vision, by being persistent. Persistence is simply just another word for faith. And if you didn't have faith, you would never persist. And Dorothea Brand, she wrote a book called Wake Up and Live. And she said, act as if though it were impossible to fail. We need to allow that power within us to focus on possibilities and opportunities of our dreams, life expressing itself. Today is the day I'm going to plant the seed of my dream and start to nurture it. Today is the day I'm going to suspend belief in conditions and instead believe in the power that is breathing us. Mary Morrissey, she's my mentor and a woman who's had a remarkable life story. But she's always said, the truth is you are more powerful and contain more potential than any circumstance, situation, or condition. I believe that about me, and I believe that about you too. We have more in us than we know and supports us in creating and living a life we love. We can't even take a breath on our own without the power that breathes us and beats our hearts for us. So the challenge is our old way of thinking, and these are our limiting beliefs, our paradigms that want to keep us safe. They want to keep us in our comfort zone, even if we're unhappy. So there will always be a part of us that will rise up and say, what if I fail? What if this was a mistake? But remember, the only people who don't make mistakes are those who never try anything. And we all have fear. We all have some doubt. We all have worry. If you look at even the most successful people, they have fear, doubt, and worry sometimes. But the difference is empowered people connected to the divine self don't let fear, doubt, and worry make decisions for them. So, how do we give power to the part of ourselves that wants to move forward when we're hearing that voice that wants us to play small? So, I believe we need to befriend our fear. Yes, that's making friends with our fear. And there's a whole process to this. But for today, I'm going to give you one thing you can do. So, where your attention goes, energy flows. So, remember, what seeds are you planting, nurturing, and cultivating in your mind? So, when you notice your paradigm showing up, you have to interrupt the thought and say, not today. And you need to reconnect to your vision on what is possible. This is refocusing your mind on your dream, focusing on what you would love, the dream that brings you alive, a dream that is life expressing itself through you. Put the fear out of your mind and instead bring to your mind your dream. And then this is the key. You got to take an action step. An action that is aligned with your vision, an action that moves you in the direction of your dream. And you have to do your part, even if it means doing it afraid. And the key is to do what you can with what you have from where you are. Trust in your divine, infinite side. And remember our tool, the quality of your life is determined by the questions we ask. So when you consider your dream and you ask yourself, what is one thing I can do? What is one action I can take in 5 minutes that would move me in the direction of my dream? Genevieve Burkhart also wrote with respect to taking action, it is the direction and not the magnitude which is to be taken into consideration. We cannot expect infinite power within us to do for us. It could only do through us. Remember, the decisions we make and the actions we take today are ultimately who we become tomorrow. So when we're accessing this power to move us forward in our life, to create that more vibrant health, more vibrant love in our relationships, more fulfillment in our work, the time and money to live a life we love, we need to understand that awareness is important. If you want to change your current results, you first need to change your thinking. And you do that by noticing what you're thinking and what you're noticing. And this leads us to the question about the quality of your life is determined by the quality of the questions you ask. So what would you love? You do this by designing your dream and you make a crystal clear vision of what you would want. And when you're focusing on what you would love, it creates a feeling tone. You need your thoughts to be aligned with this feeling, this vibration, this frequency to create the results you want. So you need to decide for your dream in the absence of knowing how and aligning your image of what you want with the feeling tone and you trusting the spirit to guide you. And the last is taking action. Action in alignment with your vision. It's learning to befriend your fear and take action. What is that one thing I could do? What is that one action I can take in 5 minutes that would move me in the direction of my dream? It's tiny baby steps. So, as Christine had mentioned, I also have a giveaway. which I think she's going to post. And it's on creating how to create an empowering vision so you can focus your thoughts on what you would love to create and the toolkit you can use. And I think she's going to add it to the chat. I'm just going to quickly end actually with a little story, Christine.
Go for it.
And it's a true story about William H. Murray. And William Murray was known as one of the top 5 mountain climbers of all time. But he didn't start out that way. In fact, he almost let that opportunity for greatness slip him by. So a man named Edmund Hillary was putting together a team to summit Mount Everest, something that had not been done yet. So Hillary invited Murray to join the team, and Murray asked how much it was going to cost. And there was no sponsorship back then. And since he thought it was too much, he declined the invitation. So a few years later, he did the same thing, letting the cost of the expedition to stop from going. They still had not summited Everest at that time. So Hillary had come back a third time because they were still trying to summit Everest. But this time Murray asked a different question. What is the deposit? And even though he had no idea how he was going to get the rest of the money to finance the trip, he took an action step, a small step to get him started. And the rest is actual history. Murray discovered the southern route that allowed the team to summit Mount Everest. And what I love about this story is that we all have a Mount Everest level dream. And Christine asked us about it earlier. And while we might not know the clear path to get to it, that doesn't mean a path doesn't exist for us. It just means that we're still growing in our awareness to see the things that we want to generate to get the results we want. So I'm going to close with a very famous quote from Murray's book. And he says, when one is committed, there is hesitancy, the chance to draw back. Always ineffectiveness. There is one elementary truth. The moment one definitely commits oneself, then all sorts of things occur to help one that would never otherwise have occurred. A whole stream of events issue from the decision, raising in one's favor all manner of unforeseen incidents, meetings, and material assistance, which no one could have dreamed would have come their way. And Murray quotes one of Goethe's couplets. Whatever you can do or dream you can, begin it. Boldness has genius, power, and magic in it. We all have a splendid dream. It is life itself expressing through us. And to achieve our dream, we have to decide for it again and again, no matter the circumstances, no matter the fear. And after the summit, we're going to go back to our daily routine. But I want you to know what's inside of you is far greater than any challenge you're facing. You have an incredible power within you. And this is your moment. Today's your day to take bold action. Because as Goethe says, whatever you can do or dream you can, begin it. Boldness has genius, power, and magic in it. So it's been such a privilege and an honor to spend this time with you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. So many nuggets. So many nuggets. No, you got like 2 minutes, so it's all good. It's all good. Not like I was going to time it, but I was just curious. So I wasn't going to cut anybody off and say, no, 30 minutes, you're done. Yeah, no, I love that. Like, surrendering and just allowing and that Mount Everest story. And it's like that iceberg too. You see the top of the iceberg, but you don't see all the stuff underneath that got to the tip of the iceberg, right?
Yes.
And yeah, it was very motivational and encouraging, Anita, very informative presentation. Absolutely. And all the quotes, and I've read most of the books, and I'm very familiar with Mary. She's very inspirational. But going back to the Everest story, back in 2019, Spirit delivered a YouTube video about Machu Picchu. And I'm like, whoa, I was so drawn to it, every fiber of my being. Like, I've been there before. Yep. I need to go there. But then, of course, my mind went, well, how's that going to happen? Yep. Money, blah, 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 right? Well, 2 years later, I hopped on a plane and sold everything and left Canada in 2021 to Peru and eventually Machu Picchu. So it's all about surrender and just saying, yeah, this is for me, like a magnet, and it's going to happen.
Yes. Well, and it's amazing because, our mind has a tendency to go automatically to the obstacles that we see. And
That's right.
it's a bit of a struggle and a challenge, but we can sort of work on that, and as soon as we recognize it, I think that gives us the ability to change that perspective.
Yes, absolutely. And just going to some of the comments here. Marcia, you've given me a lot to think about. Thank you for sharing. Thanks, Marcia. We love you. Gail's given some love to Eva. That's very nice. I love that. And thank you, Anita. Big reminder for me from Sherry.
Well, thank you all. Like I said, this has been such a wonderful day. I loved both of the presentations from Christine and Tracy. I can't wait to hear from Eva.
Yes, Eva is coming up shortly. I want to throw out I like throwing out questions. Just to get people, like you said. I mean, clearly your topic is about thinking, right? And the mind. So I've got like a list here, and I'm just going to. Yeah. And these are actually not my questions. These are from David Brooks,
Yeah.
and he wrote a book about how to see a person.
Yeah.
Meaning the art of conversation. We tend to think we're really good at conversation, but we're not. And I'll throw myself in there too. So I'm just going to throw this general one out. What crossroads are you at? Everybody, what crossroads are you at? And I think I did talk about crossroads in my presentation.
I think that's an interesting question, because I think we face so many different crossroads throughout our lives where we have to make a decision on, pivoting one way versus another. And I know I struggle at those points in time. And I feel actually I'm at one of those right now, which I sort of mentioned at the beginning, is I've had this very long corporate career for, I think it'll be 24 years actually coming up.
Wow.
And there's so many parts of it that I love. I feel like I've contributed a lot, but I also have this yearning inside of me to shift completely away and fully into the coaching. And so I can see this crossroads for me about I need to make a decision one way or the other. And I've been sort of struggling with which one, because you have to let go of something to allow something of greater value to come in. And so I need to be doing exactly what Tracy said, doing a bit of a meditation on really about what is spirit guiding me to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's so many of those out there. So I guess this one would probably back the other one. What's the gift you hold in exile? What talent do you have that you're not using?
A talent. Oh, that's a hard one, I think, for me, because it's one, I think also I sometimes have a tough time acknowledging what my talents and strengths are. I think I have a set that I
Gifts,
know of
talents,
it. Yeah.
abilities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I have a set that I feel very comfortable utilizing,
Okay, there it
and
is.
then there's these new ones sort of emerging that I think I've always had, but and so I'm naturally an introvert. So things like that I'm doing today are very a little bit more difficult and challenging for me, sort of putting myself out there. And I think maybe that's part of one of those hidden talents, is that I do have a story to tell. I do have experience and feedback and lessons that I can share with others. And it's drawing on that strength inside of me to be able to do that.
Absolutely. And yeah, and it's interesting you said introvert, because at the party last night, we were sitting at the table and everyone's like, I'm an introvert. I'm like, that's cool. I said, but how about when you're at the right table with the right people, you can be your authentic,
Yes.
extroverted self.
Yes.
There's
And
the
that's so
difference.
true. That is so true. There are certain people in certain situations where I think there's this natural comfort, and I don't know if it's the resonance of the energy that they give off that you naturally feel that you can share. But in other cases, there's a bit of a barrier of being able to share.
Yeah, well, I kind of like I talked about this with Tracy St. Croix a couple days ago on the podcast, and I said I will sit at a table and I will intentionally throw things out just to read the table before I start putting things out, because Unfortunately, people go into fear mode or judgment. Oh, that's not what I believe. And you can't have a conversation. Do you know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Like an
Yes.
actual conversation, not an attack or not a.
Hmm.
So I think that's really important. And surround yourself with people who are doing better than you.
Yes.
You know, I
Yeah.
believe Oprah said that.
Yes. I
Yeah.
love it. It's the mentoring. I think a lot of my growth, just looking at my own past, a lot of the growth that I've had are from people that I've looked up to. And I'm almost to this part where you start to mimic a little bit of what they do and you sort of take on that energy and their resonance. But it's not that I shouldn't say it's not that you're taking it on. I think it's inside of you. It's just how to bring it out of you.
Yes, absolutely. Tracy is talking about crossroads are very powerful.
Mhm.
And Marcia, very good, very, very good. I talk about it all the time. Loving yourself enough to cut cords with those who are negative, forgive, and be free to
Yes.
move ahead. Absolutely. Because a lot of people don't realize they have energy leaks or attachments to people.
Mhm.
And they need to practice boundaries and they
Yep.
need to cut cords. And then they need to forgive and just let it go. And it's not being detached, it's not being attached, it's being practicing non-attachment, which is right
Mm.
here, right here in
Mhm.
the middle. So, I mean, there's so many Buddhists that have had so many horrible things happen to them, but they speak with loving kindness.
Yes.
Man, to achieve that
Oh,
level,
yes. Yes.
right?
That is the goal.
I believe this is Eva. I am definitely at a crossroads trying to decide which way to go forward. So I decide to step back. Yeah, that's a good one. Pause, finish my incompletes, and take time to go within and listen. This is Eva. It's all good, Eva. We know who you are now. And Marcia, comfort. They won't think we are crazy. LOL, sad but true. And I'm guessing are you talking about ego? Like the ego likes to be comfortable. The ego likes to play small. The ego likes to keep you stuck. The ego likes to be in control. So there's a lot of times where we're like, well, I have this dream and it hasn't happened yet. Well, maybe it'll happen tomorrow and it will smack you upside the head. You had no idea it was coming, right?
Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
that's it's divine timing, I think, more than anything. So,
Yes. Yeah.
all right. I'm just making sure that I shared your gift. I believe I did.
I believe you did. I think I saw. Yep, I
Yeah,
see
I've
it in
got it
here.
here. So, yeah, go click on that. There's every presenter, every speaker, every beautiful soul has a gift. So clearly, but they have an extra gift. So make sure you enter to win. I believe if you're on the replay, you are able to. There's people come on. Oh, I missed it. No, you didn't miss anything. There's always lots of time. So just do what you can and leave the rest. I believe that's the biggest thing is when it comes to time. So, oh, okay. Marcia is saying, no, we are safe about what we say because they won't open their minds. Thank you. Sorry.
So true.
Yeah, it's like open your mind. Your brain won't fall out. Like
Yes.
literally, like we have to be open to everything and attached to nothing.
Mhm.
That's a Wayne Dyer ism that always sticks with me. Well, thank you, Anita, for sharing your beautiful gifts, talents, and abilities. You will inspire others to do the same. And of course, she'll be able to answer all your questions, even if you're on the replay. So don't fret. And if something's on your mind, please share it or ask because there's somebody else that was afraid not to. So you step forward and make sure everybody is taken care of. So thank you again. Have a beautiful day and take care. All right. As you can see, I'm kind of shifting because the sun is shifting. I feel like I'm getting the tan here, half of my body, right? It's the middle of winter here, but that sun is on point today. So yes, thank you everybody for sharing, tagging, commenting. Um, That's not the one I wanted, but thank you. We already know about. I'm just giving you the schedule. The schedule is a little bit ahead of schedule, which is fantastic because as the white rabbit from Alice in Wonderland, he's always I'm late, I'm running late, but we're not, so it's all good. Yeah, so let me know if you have any other questions or comments for Anita, for myself, for Tracy. What else? Who are you looking forward to? What are you looking forward to learning? Um, and I'm just going to throw this one out. I got another question. You're probably going to be like, another question, really? How do your ancestors show up in your life? How do your ancestors show up in your life? Now, for me, it definitely is synchronicities, signs, symbols, dreams, and each ancestor I have assigned certain things. Like when I keep seeing hummingbirds, for example, that's my mom coming through. When I see blue jays, that's my dad because he's kind of wacky, and blue jays are kind of wacky. They're just chirp, 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 always got something to say. Yeah, my grandmother, I tend to smell roses when she's around. So, and it could come through in other ways. It could come through in the form of a stranger, a song, a conversation. Maybe you've kept something sentimental, like a piece of jewelry, a book, a cookbook. I see that a lot. Recipes. I mean, if my grandmother was always cooking. Every time I went to see her in the summertime, I'd gain like 5 pounds. I mean, she was cooking 4 meals a day. That's a Ukrainian, Austrian type of heritage, right? So, but I know there's a lot of people that love to cook, and food and everything is very symbolic. It's very ritualistic. It can be a meditation as well. Like when my son comes to visit me, we are cooking up a storm. We're baking, we're cooking. I taught him how to cook because I told him, I said, you cannot expect anybody to cook for you or do anything else for you. You got to learn how to do it yourself. I taught both my boys that, but all right. Let's see. Adam, yeah, my brain won't fall out. That was a meme somewhere. I love memes. There's always those good memes out there that make you laugh, and then it makes that connection, right? So, Marcia, yeah, dreams, time, and swans. Oh yeah, if you get your 1111s out there or your 333s or whatever, I tend to get those. But and you can ask for specific signs. Like if you're like, I'm manifesting this big dream, please send me 333. If I see 333, and it could happen at any time, and if it's not happening, then that might be a time to reassess, realign, just redetermine. Maybe you have too much of an attachment to it, or you're blocking yourself somewhere towards that, because we all manifest. We are magnets. We are energetic beings. Like Anita said, one thought, you're one thought away from your dream. Anita is saying, for one of my grandmothers, when she was near, I smelled jasmine. She always brought us jasmines. Oh, I love that. When you visit in India, and I love jasmine. That's beautiful. Whether it's the flower or I'm drinking jasmine tea, one of my ultimate favorites. Sherry, dreams, signs, sense, feeling. Oh yeah, that feeling. It's like that song. Sometimes I feel like somebody's watching me. And go back to the 80s, but yeah, you just feel a presence, or there's a cold breeze, or maybe electricity goes crazy. Whatever. Those are all. Your animals start coming to you for, you're not sure why, but then you can actually speak to your animals, and they energetically feel everything. And all right, let's see. Christine, do you believe in the law of abundance? Yes, absolutely. Multiplied, we are the miracle. And so it is, right? Yeah, flicker for no reason. That's right. Okay, enough questions. Here we go. We are going to shift into our next presenter, our next beautiful soul. And I'm just going to set this up and make sure I've got it. There we go. All right, Eva, you are on board. Eva is a licensed Feel the Fear instructor with only 3 years experience, but a lifetime of experience. During this time, she has not only implemented all the tools in her everyday life to turn fear into power, but so she can overcome limitations, gain confidence, and also help others do the same. And Eva believes in constant learning and expansion. Yes, student of the universe. Authenticity, self-care are also very important for her. Keeping this in mind, she is going to take a break from teaching to expand her knowledge and create a program to further enhance her audience. Yeah, it's just a shift. It's that in between. It's a beautiful space to be, just be. All right. Welcome, Eva.
Hello,
Hello.
everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
perfect. Okay. Yeah, thank you. And yeah,
So is there anything you'd like to
be
say,
here.
or would you just want to start with the slides? What works for you?
I can say that I'm so afraid right now. You should feel my heartbeat
No,
is just like
no,
pounding.
it's all good.
But I need to
Here,
talk
yeah.
to calm
One
down.
thing my mentor shared with me, when you're nervous,
Mm-hmm.
focus on service.
Yes,
Focus on the people. Focus on your message. Focus on the love.
yes.
Yes.
Thank you for the reminder. I had it actually on my screen because we talked last time about that and you shared it. So I keep remembering for that. Yes. So I think I'm ready to go.
Okay.
I have some slides I put together,
Perfect. I will just,
and yes, I think I uploaded them, and I hope you can start them. Or I'm not sure. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay. So what I would like to start with that again. Thank you very much for the opportunity and allowing me to share some of the tools, some of my ideas, and a little bit of my journey as well. And just to piggybacking on everyone who spoke in before me, it was just wonderful, filled with information, filled with love, and I enjoyed it very much. So again, thank you very much for that. And just to release my little fear and anxiety right here, let me share you a quick story happened to me this week. If you follow the Facebook group, actually, you might remember that I'm the lady with the gratitude challenge. Yes, that's me. And I was very afraid to start it because some of my family members are on the Facebook on Facebook, right? So as I share, they can see it in my feed. So I just wanted to make sure that I'm not gonna embarrass anybody or confront with anyone. But anyway, long story short, my mom called me a couple of days ago and she said that she's very proud of me. And because I'm going to be the part of this with this summit and I'm going to be one of the speakers. And my immediate reaction was that, oh my God, what I can say, those ladies are far more experienced than I am, right? So there is nothing I can share with them. And she says that, well, why do you always little yourself? And I said, that's a good question. Why? Because this is what I'm bringing from my that's my ancestral trauma. And actually Christine was talking about it and it is so true. And she immediately said that there was nothing really traumatic happened to me in my life, which is true. And it's perspective, obviously, right? What do you think what trauma is and how does it affect yourself? They were deported, right, when she was a couple of years old after Second World War in Europe. I was raised in Hungary, actually. I was born in Hungary. So they were forced to leave their homes and move to a totally different part of the country. At that time, it was Czechoslovakia. So definitely that was something which I never experienced. But of course, I had my own little traumas. Anyway, long story short, what I wanted to say that yes, it is all about perspective. And I'm glad that after reading so many books and attending workshops and working on myself, working with other people, I'm finally at the stage when I just want to embrace all of this knowledge and truly dive in deep and learn from them. So put them in practice, more practice, so then I can heal not just myself, but my daughter and her if she's gonna ever have a child, or also our ancestors, right? So I think it's very important. So let me start. Yes, I'm gonna skip a couple of things. I just wanted to share a couple of beautiful quotes I remembered this morning. That our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. And that was written by Marianne Williamson. And I feel that is so true. During the time I taught Feel the Fear courses, one of the fears which came up often within myself, that most of us are afraid to shine our lights, to speak our truth. Not even our truth, what we believe is true for us, obviously, but just to put ourselves out there, right? To share our opinion, and also share, or just to be ourselves, right? So I think it, and our success, yes, so back to the quote, success is different for everybody, but also I truly believe that we are afraid of success because first of all we don't know what it is, and definitely our neighbor's success is not necessarily our success, right? So the second one is Susan Jeffers, who is actually the creator of the workshops Feel the Fear. You might actually read her book or heard about it, Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway. She wrote that book back in 1987, and this is the fourth print of the book, and it was sold over 15 million copies. So it is really a helpful book, and that's the workshops I was teaching are based on. So she said that I choose the path of trust. I understand that I have little control in the external world, but I do have control of my reactions to it all. And I think it is very important because we need to know that in any situation we have the choice. And we might not be aware of that choice. We might never chose that path before, or we have all of those negative self-talks. We are keep telling ourselves that yes, of course I didn't have a choice, or my circumstances put me on that path and I had to do this. If you really truly think about it, it is not true. You always had a choice. You might not strong enough to step out and really choose that, but you are always in control. Or you just don't want to, you're afraid of the circumstances, right? That's probably a better way to say it. And the third one, actually, I found it this morning. Eleanor Roosevelt, she is one of my favorite historical persons. Beautiful young people are accidents of nature, but beautiful and old people are works of art. And I'm so proud of my age. So I'm going to tell you, I'm 54, and I truly believe, and just piggybacking on actually what what Tracy said about that, until the age of 40, you are actually accumulating everything, and over 40, you are embracing what is that, or well, it was something similar anyway. That was my interpretation. So it is really true. We are a work of art, and that's why positive mindset is very important. Anita talked about mindset, the importance of mindset. So yes, so let's just go to the next slide. That kind of helps me to stay on track. So, how we lose ourselves throughout our lives? Well, we listen to other people's opinion, right? We do things how everybody else does instead of how we are doing those things. We have the false belief that we need uh, to make other people happy, and in the meantime, we forget about our own happiness, right? That's another way we lose ourselves, I believe. We also forget who we are, what we were dreaming of. And actually, Christine talked about that some of her clients has no idea what they were dreaming of to become when they will become an adult as a child, because they forgot about it, right? And that is truly there. And I remember when I wanted to be a teacher, my mom said that why would I be teaching other people's stupid children? And now I know why, because knowledge is a key. Of course, ignorance, right? What you don't know something, you cannot act because you don't know your available knowledge. I mean, you're always according to sorry, you are always acting according to your knowledge right there. And so knowledge is important, and teaching is important, and education is very important. And we are the students of the universe, as Christine said. I love that very much. What else is there in our way? We have no goal or no plan how we can achieve our goals, right? That's also very important. And I apologize, I don't see any notes because honestly, as I said, I don't know if I can have everything open at the same time, but I'm gonna try to open Facebook on the other half of the screen, and it might gonna help me to see if anyone is commenting on anything or have any questions. Okay, so yes, the next one is we listen to our chatterbox. Chatterbox is actually our negative self-talk. Susan Jeffers named it chatterbox, and this is our ego, really, right? It can be our it can be based on our past experiences. It can be based on the things what we heard over and over again during childhood or even now, and then we made it ourselves, right? So then we believe it is true. However, if you just go back deep down, you realize it's still just a thought, and those thoughts can be changed. And yes, we need to work on ourselves to make those changes, be aware of them, as Anita said. That was again wonderful. Thank you very much. And the other one, we ultimately forget who we are and lose our connection with God. And when I say God, I, of course, think of the higher self, the universe, the highest intelligence, the ultimate power, the source, whatever you like to call it. For me, saying God took a while. And it was interesting to hear what Christine said about that, that I might have something to do with that because God was triggering something in me. That is true. And maybe I just worked through it because today I'm able to say God, and I know God is love, God is everything. So I have no fear to say it. Okay, let me go to the next one, next slide. Yes, so what happens when fear takes over, right? Susan Jeffers actually talks about different levels of fear. She says that there is a surface fear, and this is our story, what we keep telling ourselves. For example, that we are afraid of committing in a new relationships or getting out of a relationship or changing a job, right? We feel stuck. We don't take action because fear is actually paralyzing us. Also, our surface story or level one fear would be when we are afraid of uncertainty, when we are afraid of change, right? Change which are unavoidable, that you are getting older, right? That you might get sick, that you are going to lose some loved ones in your life, right? So these are all the uncertainties, what I'm thinking, or the economy turned down, right? All of those things. So these are all level one fears. But if you dig a little deeper, then you realize that you have a level two fears, which are being afraid of criticism, being afraid of rejection or failure or being conned or some other people will take advantage of you. All of those things which are actually, as I said before, based on your past experiences, your negative life experiences, and then you just make them for yourself. You believe them, they are true. So your ego can constantly feed you with those thoughts. But in the end, these are again just thoughts. And the core fear is that you are not lovable, you are unworthy, and you cannot handle life's challenges, right? So that's very important to know. And for me, it gave me somewhat a kind of freedom that, yes, I am responsible for my thoughts. I am responsible for the work I need to do in order to improve myself, and I can move forward in life. And just an interesting story, I told you that I was born in Hungary. Yes, and then I was 36 when we decided to move to Ireland, and that was the time when I didn't really speak English. And in 2012, actually, we moved to Canada. And yeah, by the time, obviously, I improved my English a little bit. I hope everybody can understand me now. But, you know, I used that as an excuse for a long time that, oh, I'm not a native English speaker. No one will understand me. I'm not gonna talk because, well, my English is, my accent is weird. I don't find all the right words all the time. But as I'm doing more speaking, or I am more courageous to share my thoughts, even in writing, right? I realize that people don't really care if I don't find the right word. Hopefully, they don't misunderstand, but also they understand that it's coming from my heart. It's really coming from deep inside, from my experience. And I also believe that I was always a very transparent person, a very open one. I love making fun of myself, and I love being silly. And yeah, so anyway, that's just a little thing about that, and just go back on track what I was like to, well, what I wanted to share further on. So it is very important to get to know yourself, to know where you are. Anita talked about awareness. Yes, awareness is number one. But you also need to realize that these are the things, these are the beliefs what are actually holding you back. And this is why you cannot move on. And it is wonderful. There are so many healers, so many practitioners are out there, and then they are really truly helping. But one thing you need to remember, you need to do the work yourself also. And this is almost like to do the things parallel, right? And I'm saying this because, as I said at the beginning, I read lots of books in the past 15 years. I worked with practitioners, but I always tried to rely on them. And I was hoping that, oh, they will help me. And yes, they helped me. It is true. But I forgot about my part. And I believe now, I see now that without doing your part, you won't be able to move out. You are just going back in circles and circles and circles, doing circles again. I think Anita said that. And I agree on that one too. So, how can you take your power back? There are lots of ways. I'm going to share a couple of them. One of them is just a self-talk. You need to watch what you are saying to yourself. And just remember how many, actually, there will be a little exercise later on in the slide. I'm going to share more about that. But you really need to realize what is the self-talk, what you're telling yourself. Whenever you come to a situation which is unknown, which is uncertain, you need to do something. What is your very first reaction? For me, lots of the times, oh my gosh, I can't do it, or I don't know how to do it. Like you can see actually in the chat, I said that, oh, I don't know if I can be logged in 2 places on this with the StreamYard. So I'm just saying that, yeah, that's me. So I'm immediately communicating that no, I cannot do something, right? So I still need to be aware of that, and I still need to watch that and switch them. That yes, I can do it. I can find a way. Millions of other people know how to do it, so obviously I can do it as well, right? So self-talk is very important. The other one, which also is a huge thing, we need to stop all criticism, all judgment, all blame, guilt, and self-pity, and being, a victim. And under those things, I'm not only meaning to stop criticizing others, but I realized myself that I criticize myself. And I believe most of you agree with me that we are our own worst critic. We are so judgmental, whatever we do, how our hair look like, how our clothes are looking, how we are talking. Again, back to my English knowledge. These are all self judgments. And that is actually giving away our power, right? And instead of accepting who we are. And we tend to blame ourselves for our mistakes. Making mistakes was a big thing for me years ago. I worked for a wonderful company with beautiful people, and they taught me that it's okay to make mistakes. I was never allowed to make mistakes, right? I had to be always perfect. I remember once I got a low grade. I got a low grade, a low mark at school, and I was so afraid what my parents are gonna tell me. So I called my mom from a phone box. At that time we didn't have mobile phones, right? And I told her why she was at work, hoping by the time she gets home she's not gonna be that angry, and that it was just a little bit smoother to do that, right? Instead of facing and telling her in while telling in person to her what happened at school, right? So that's very interesting that those little things really affected me deeply. So control your chatterbox. Yes. Again, awareness. Watch what you're saying. Watch your thoughts. What are you thinking? Because eventually, what you're thinking, that's what you're going to speak of, right? And this is who you become, right? So, again, chatterbox and control it, right? Whenever you catch a negative thought, think about it. Is it true? Is it really true? This is the way I want to think. As Anita said, this is really moving forward and taking me closer to achieve my goals. If it is not, then change it. Make notes and change it and practice it every day, right? The next one is one of my favorites. Obviously, now you realize that. Practice gratitude. And why? Because gratitude is one of the highest frequencies of energy out there, right? If you are grateful for everything what you have and everything who you are, and then there is nothing can stop you, right? And all the beautiful things just start flow into your life, right? So if you're someone who is practicing gratitude, keep up the good work, and I'm sure that you are actually know what I'm talking about because you're practicing it. If you're just about to getting into it, that's perfect. Just again, keep doing it every day, in the morning, in the afternoon. If you don't have time to write them down, just think about them. I One of my videos I said that thankful step, right? The thank walk, or I don't even remember how I said, whenever you have to walk somewhere a longer distance, right? You can just say, thank you for my health, thank you for my wealth, or thank you for this beautiful day, or anything what you want. Just stay with the rhythm, or if you don't stay with the rhythm, that's also fine. So anyway, there are so many ways you can practice gratitude, and I just encourage you to keep doing it. Use affirmations. Louise L. Hay was very big on affirmations. So is actually Susan Jeffers. That's one of the techniques she is actually teaching as a tool during the workshops. And why? Just think about how many thoughts, like 60, 70,000 thoughts we have a day, right? If the 90% of those thoughts are negative, that is affecting your life in a negative way. What Louise L. Hay says about affirmations, that you need to remember that everything what you say, everything what you think is an affirmation, either a positive or a negative, right? So this is why we want to use affirmations in a positive way, because we want to empower ourselves. So we want to replace those negative thoughts with the negative thoughts with positive ones, right? So write down your affirmations. Pick a mantra for the day. That's also a affirmation. Pick a gratitude sentence, a short one, and repeat it every day. I mean, during the day, throughout the day, right? That's again very important. Practice self-care, right? We didn't talk much about it, but obviously doing yoga, going out for a walk, being with your pet, being with your family, being with your friends, it's very important. That's meaning that you're taking care of yourself, of your needs, right? Eating the right food, again, very important. Obviously, if you eat lots of meat or lots of, I'm not saying you need to be a vegetarian. I'm just saying that like meat is usually heavy, right? It keeps us down. It takes longer time to digest heavy food than a lighter food, right? So if it's heavy, then it brings us down. It keeps us down, our energy down. And or what if you eat, I don't find the word, lots of processed food. That's what I wanted to say. That's again, there is not much nutrition in those foods. So that's again self-care if you eat whole food. Journaling is a very important thing to keep your mind uh, clear, or even just share your own ideas with your own self, or asking questions and answering them, or while you're reading about whatever it is. It doesn't have to be meaningful or important, but your intuition will kick in, right? You will get some nuggets from the universe and from your higher self while you're journaling. So that's another way that you can use journaling. Also, at the end of the day, think through the day, what happened to you, what you can learn from whatever happened to you if it was negative. Then try to find a positive in it. Acknowledge yourself if you did great on that day, or if you solved something which was difficult, but you were able to overcome it, right? So share this again, write that down, and remember that, right, on the days when you feel a little bit low. Then create a toolbox and make it a habit to use them. So toolbox, yes, there are lots of practical tools, and I honestly love practical tools. They come handy, and Christine talked about toolboxes. Yes, actually, how she said there was a name word she used for it. Anyway, I'm sure that you remember. Create that box for yourself, and keep going back and practice those tools. So I'm a little bit, I think I have one more slide. Oh no, here it is, actually one of the first tools, right, upcoming. Create your power dictionary. Okay, oops, the slide is a little bit messed up, but that's okay. So pain supposedly on the left side, and power should be on the right side. So I'm gonna explain the photo here just a little bit. So Susan Jeffers says that fear is not really the problem, and how she actually led to this. She's talking about the 5 truths of fear. The first one is that wherever you grow or expand, fear will always come up. So you can never get rid of fear unless you go out, you act, and you start doing. Hence the title of the book, Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway. Number 2 truth, that in order to get better, to feel better about yourself, again, you need to go out and act and take action and do things, right? Number 3, then everybody else is afraid, not just yourself. And then another truth is that feeling the fear, I mean, living in constant fear because of the non-action, it's actually more painful than moving out, take action, and just get it done, right? And actually, I forgot about the fourth one, but anyway, the important thing here that she concludes that fear is not actually the problem, because there are other people out there who do things we don't dare to do. So, and also in our own life, let's say moving 2 countries, starting from the bottom of everything, right? I wasn't that fearful to do that. I believe I would do it anytime again. But coming on stage here and speak in front of you, that's a huge fear for me. For example, I try to overcome right now as I'm talking, right? So also it was interesting that like Brad Pitt, one of the yeah, it doesn't matter that you like him or not, he's an actor, right? He's a famous actor. I looked up one day just out of curiosity what Brad Pitt is afraid about. And he's afraid of public speaking, which is very surprising for me, right? Because he is acting in front of other people most of the time in front of strangers. So how can you be afraid of public speaking? So the point is everybody is afraid of something. And whenever we are afraid, then we feel stuck. We are in pain. We are indecisive, and we are insecure. However, if we move to power, and that again, all of those words should be on the right side, then we know that we have a choice. We feel confidence, and we are ready to take action. We have courage to take action. And how you can create your power dictionary? Well, again, start with the words and expressions what you're using, right? Instead of saying that I can't, you can say that I want. And that again, just think about it. If you are making an excuse, for example, that you cannot go out for dinner tonight because, well, honestly, you don't feel like going, but you don't have to say it. You say that, oh no, I just can't do that now because I have other things to do. But what if you say that I won't go out tonight because I already had plans and I'm just going to stick with them? It gives you more power, right? That it gives you the choice, the option, the opportunity to choose and to act that way. So you can start communicating this. Another very good one, well, how many times we say that we should do something, right? What if you say that, yes, I could do that, but I chose to do other things, right? That's again give you a choice and give you the power to do that. Another one example, for example, when you say that, oh my gosh, that's terrible. What if you say that it is a learning experience, right? That's again giving you a power. The hope, it is an interesting word, and I know we use it a lot, and even people say that, hope is the last that dies. There is some similar saying in Hungary anyway. And I'm a little bit always careful to use the word hope, and that's just me, because for me, and even how Susan Jeffers explains it, it's powerless. It's powerless. It is something which is outside of my control, that I'm hoping that things are going to turn out well. What if you say that, no, I know things are going to go well, because no matter what happens in life, life is happening for us, right? We are here to learn. We are here to expand. We are here to be taken care of by the universe. We are the expansion of God. We are the expansion of the universe, of that love, right? So nothing can go wrong. Even if something negative happens to us, we need to find the good things in it. We need to, excuse me, we need to see that it is for us again, right? And the other word which I love to use instead of hope, that I trust. And years ago, I started to actually use the word I trust. So whenever I send an email, I say that I trust you're doing well, or I trust you're keeping well, instead of I hope you're keeping well. So the hope is always gives me a little bit of a fear that, oh, I don't know, I don't have control. But if I say I trust, that gives me a power. Or I don't know, right? I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do that. What if you say that I will figure it out? Right? And you will, because obviously you are a smart person, you are capable to learn, so you will figure it out. Maybe it will take a little longer for you than for others, but you will figure it out. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide. And the next little tool I would like to share: expand your comfort zone. And when we talk about comfort zone, I don't really like to use the word, excuse me, comfort, because so many people live in discomfort, right? But they are afraid to move out of that discomfort. So it becomes their familiar zone, the zone where they feel familiar, that they know how they react, and they know also how the other person reacts whenever, if let's say if you are in a bad situation, I mean in a bad relationship, right? An abusive relationship. So that's again, it is not your comfort zone, but you already know how to react. And if you know that something is going to trigger someone in somebody, I mean, in someone is, sorry, something is going to trigger something in the other person, you already know how to react. You already know how they are going to react, right? But if you realize that and you are willing to take teeny tiny risks, teeny tiny steps, then you can eventually expand your comfort zone, and then you can be more courageous and move on with life, right? So start with that you need to know obviously where you are, right? Also, you need to know where you want to be. You need to see what is, you need to find out actually what you need to realize, sorry, what kind of steps you can make to get there. So for example, when I decided that I wanted to become a licensed field of fear instructor, obviously I had even more fear in me at that time than I have now. But I needed to know that the first thing that I had to apply for that, right? I had to sign up. Then I had to learn, obviously, all the tools, how to teach them to others. Then, as a next step, I needed to get the license, right? Then, as a next step, I needed to create a website. I needed to talk about myself on that website as a kind of biography, to introduce myself to other people. Then I needed to start posting on social media. These were all little steps I needed to make to get somewhere. And these are the same steps, well, not same steps, but these are the little steps what you can make. Let's say you want to get fit and you are afraid of joining to a fitness club, right? Here you are, right in the middle, you are afraid. what is the next step? You can maybe look around, or well, okay, decide that was where you want to be. You want to become a membership, and I mean a member, and why? Because you want to be fit, right? So then step number one can be that you look around in your area, what are the fitness clubs and what they are offering, what you are comfortable with. Then the next step, you can actually visit them and ask them what they do, how they can help you, or how you can join, all of those things. And then you might go and get your fitness gear, right? Shoes, fitness clothes, everything else. And then finally you're into a step when you are ready to go, and then you're actually making the step and you are gonna be there, and you are there. So these are little steps what you can take in order to expand and grow. The other thing here, which I wanted to share, that persistence is a great way to keep doing things. And you might ask the question, why am I stepping down? Because I realized that the way I was trying to feel the fear and doing the courses became a struggle, and I a great believer of life being a joyful journey. And so I need to step back to find that joy again, and find the ways to teach people with joy, right? So anyway, that's just a little note here. And also don't be afraid of changing directions, right? So while you're making your steps and you decide that, okay, maybe joining to a fitness club is not my thing, you can always have online classes when no one else is there, right? And whenever you feel courageous enough to join to a live class, then you can go out. So that's what I mean under changing directions if you need it, or implementing other steps in that way, right? So don't beat yourself up about it if you cannot do something. Okay, the other little tool I would like to share is create a supportive environment. And that is very, very, very important. And why? Because negative people will pull us down, negative people, negative environment. Christine actually talked about the news. I stopped watching the news years ago, decades ago, actually. We don't even own a television. Well, I mean, I'm not watching any television. That's not true, because my husband is watching the hockey games. But I stopped watching television as well, because the constant advertisement is just makes me anxious and frustrated. So same with the news, right? And yes, where I was, that negative environment, negative people affect us, and they can keep us down in a low frequency, right? So that's why we need to make sure. And and I don't remember actually who said that, but you are actually the 5 people who are the closest to you. So that's again proving that if you want to grow, if yourself is important to you, and it has to be, right? You are number one for yourself. You are the only person who you can really control. That's yourself, right? Then it is very important to create a supportive environment. So look around the people who you are surrounded with. All those people pulling you down, and they can be your friends, they can be family members, and yes, you need to make steps, and it's not easy, believe me, that you need to distance yourself from them. You need to stand up for yourself and just let them know that this is not working for you, in a nice way, right? I'm not saying to fight with everybody and shut the door, but definitely communicate your needs to them. Let them know that whatever they share, for example, is not helping you. So please don't talk to me about that, right? Whenever you get the bad news, for example, you can be the last person to receive that bad news. You don't need to pass it on, right? Yeah, so that's again just a little thing to make sure that the people who are around you are actually lifting you up, they are supporting, and they are helping you to grow. Activity is what you're doing, right? The habits, what you have every day, how helpless you feel whenever you don't do things. What are your habits? You go home, let's say, and you sit down in front of the TV and just start watching, or you may, share a couple of drinks with your friends. or you do video games, and I'm sorry, I'm not against any of those. Everything is moderation, probably the way to go. But if you create habits and if you do activities which are helping you, reading books which are uplifting, going to meetings where you meet people, like-minded people, where you can share your ideas, where you can share your love, where you can learn, where you can grow, that's more beneficial for you than stick around those people who are just hanging aimless and go without any goal in their life, right? So that's what I mean under there. And also your negative self-talk, we are back to that one, or your positive mindset. And it is really everything about a positive mindset. And here I just wanted to share a very wonderful thing. Masaru Emoto, I'm not sure how many of you heard of him. He was a Japanese scientist who actually researched water. And what he did, he exposed water to different words. And then he was able to take a photo of I think that he cooled down or even froze the water. And he was taking a picture of those. And this is what he found, that whenever we actually talk about negative thoughts or have negative thoughts, the water looks like something. Oh, I'm not sure how much you can see it. That this is actually the thing that when you say that, oh, it's going to kill me, or I'm going to kill you, or I hate you, right? So the water is very, very all over the place and not organized at all. But if you think about love, or even say the word thank you, that this is how the water crystal is going to be formed. And if you think about that, our body 97% of water. If you think positive, this is how your body looks like. If you think negative, unfortunately, that reflects in your body itself, right? So there was another little tool I wanted to share, but actually we are getting close to running out of time. So, but this is one thing which is one of the tools I'm teaching during the workshop. I'm offering a mini workshop. This is my giveaway. It's a 90-minute free workshop where actually I'm going to teach you a couple of tools where you can what you can work with to stay positive and approach fear from a positive perspective, from power, right? And this is really what all about. And here, just one word. Probably I have one more minute to say here that if you have these areas in your life and you know what you want, that you know that you count and you are committed in every area 100%, then your life is fulfilled. Then there is nothing but you need to be afraid of, right? And this is a wonderful tool I love using, and you can plan on that one. All right. So thank you very much for listening and staying around. I mean, sticking around and being here. And thank you, Christine, for reminding me that time is running out, because yes, at the beginning I don't dare to talk, and then I'm just got into the talk and talk and talk, and
No,
it just never
that's
stop.
it's all good. I just want to be aware of the other presenter and
Mm.
if anybody
Oh
has any
no, absolutely.
questions. So
Yes,
that's
absolutely.
so.
So
Does
yes, please.
anybody have any questions? I mean, I'm just going to share some of the comments. Where are we here? Oh, Tracy, this was an older comment, but she's talking about electricity is huge for her, and the song John Lennon, Imagine.
Mm,
At the beginning of your talk, everyone was wishing calmness to come over you, and we're all here for
thank
you.
you.
Anita is recognizing, well, that you recognize your mom and the awareness of your own thoughts.
Hmm.
Like that one thing
Yes,
when she said teaching stupid children, I was like, oh, that hit me real hard. Like
yes.
I couldn't imagine how do you, I mean, as a child, wow, that just goes right through you, I guess. Yeah.
Well, see, these are the things when you stop knowing who you are or what you want, right?
That's
Because
right.
you cannot be good enough for your parents. You cannot be good enough for according to the society, what are the expectations are, right? So this is
Yeah.
how you actually start losing yourself. right?
Absolutely. Words have power.
Yes,
So be choosy. Anita, definitely need to move past the fear or I get stuck. Yes.
that's
Yeah.
right.
I
Yes.
like to fail forward because if I don't fail, that means I never tried.
Yes, that was about the mistakes, right? If you're not allowed to make mistakes, how you're gonna learn,
Yeah.
right?
And I resonate
That
with, I've been a former perfectionist and a people pleaser. So I
mhm,
definitely get that.
yeah, that's right.
Anita, she loved the power dictionary. She said it's very powerful.
Mhm.
Very, very
It is
powerful.
important, right? Because yeah, sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that yes, we don't realize how much negative self-talk we have, right? So
Yes,
it's not going to be a week or two, it's going to be years until you just dig deeper and deeper and something else is going to come up and then you catch it and then you just change it. Yes.
absolutely. And you were talking about people you surround yourself with. I always ask, do they illuminate me or do they diminish me?
Mm,
And it goes by feeling and never discard your feeling. If you get you need to explore that more. And if you feel
mhm,
sleepy around someone or angry or anxious or tired, that's another sign that they're depleting your energy. They're taking.
mhm.
So we have to be very aware of because our energy is so important. It's who we are. And it's taken so long to get to where we are. Our second half, as Wayne Dyer would say, is our best half of life. So let's make it awesome.
That's right.
Gitte, I am sometimes thinking good idea to avoid people who pull you down. On the other hand, as a light worker, isn't it important then to be the mirror of who they actually also are? Absolutely, but you can love people from a distance. If you're really instilled with your boundaries, that's important. I get that. People, they are a reflection of us. However, but if you don't have any boundaries and you feel triggered all the time, then that's something to look at, I guess is what Gitte is
Yeah.
saying as well. Thank you. Marcia, thank you for sharing your 30-day challenge. Journaling is not my strong suit. So thank you for giving me this habit of daily writing and gratitude. I love that.
I'm glad. Thank you.
Yeah, and like Gitte is saying as well, who they really are. Absolutely. I mean, namaste, the light within me greets the light within you, but a lot of people don't know their light
Yes.
yet.
And just a note on that one, I feel because I struggled with that, right? That how can I limit people? How does it mean love if I do that? But
Mm,
if I am not strong enough, I'm gonna fall in again and again and again. And this is what I need to do now. This is what I want to do now to be stronger, more confident about who I am, working through all of those fears a little longer, a little more, dig a little deeper, but also Tracy said beautifully, meditate, meditate, meditate. Get into connect with your higher self again, right?
yeah, rise above.
Yeah.
See the bigger picture like the eagle. The eagle's got that perspective. It sees
Mm-hmm.
everything and
Yes.
is everything. And more than I believe you said, was it I try or I hope? It's a more about just I am. If you
Mm-hmm.
can't think of anything, say I am. Because that right
Mm-hmm.
there puts you into where you already
Mm-hmm.
always have been. Um, and uh, and I believe I know you talked about hope. Napoleon Bonaparte. This was an interesting quote. He said, "A
Mm-hmm.
leader is a dealer of hope." So maybe you can see yourself that way. You're
Mm-hmm.
dealing out hope to people because hope is like as small as a a seed. And we're the
Mm-hmm.
gardeners, as mentioned in the other presenters. If we tend to that garden, we then have faith. It will grow to faith. That's I mean, it depends. So like your perspective is, or you're saying hope is negative or means you're struggling, or what does I guess I'm trying to
Helplessness,
understand
a
that.
weakness. I think that's
Oh,
what
I
that's
say.
what where Susan Jeffers is coming from. That it's kind of a powerlessness. It's a weakness because it's
Mm,
sometimes something that you're trusting, which is outside of you, instead
mhm.
of trusting what is within you.
Yeah, yeah, kind of wishy-washy.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of people
Mhm.
that don't have hope. So if they could at least have that, let's start there.
Exactly. I know
Yeah.
that's why I said that hope is kind of a word. And it's funny that this is a dualistic word, right? We talked about that
Yep.
in one of our conversations during one of our conversations, and it is really true. There are so much meaning in just one word. Again, perspective, how you approach it, how you do
Absolutely. And how does it hit
interpret
for
it.
you? And yeah, and how does it
Hmm.
mean? Everybody
Yeah,
has different meanings. And it's all
yeah.
beautiful. And I appreciate you sharing. We're gonna have and here's another quote. Without your wound, because I believe this so much, where would your power be?
Mm.
Mm. That's where your
Right.
power is. Whatever your wounding is, that's where your power is. So time to claim it, heal it, rework it, and step into it. So all right. I'm going to ask everyone a question from David Brooks. What's a commitment you made that you no longer believe in? And I think you kind of mentioned that at the beginning, Eva, for your training, like you were shifting, not doing feel the fear, not you're changing things a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, I can expand on that one, but the main point was really to change me or change my mind, and not saying that feel the fear and do it anyway. The training system is wonderful, it's beautiful. If you have a chance to read the book, it's not going to give you everything because the workbook is more expanded, right?
Yeah.
And obviously, if you do it with a coach or with a trainer, that you get more out of it. But reading the book itself gives you lots of knowledge. But what I started to feel that it wasn't mine, and not in a sense, don't get me wrong, that I want to be an author who needs to write a book in order to feel it is mine. It's just because Susan Jeffers has different life experiences. Obviously, she's coming from a different life background, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I cannot fully embrace her technique or her how she says it, if it makes any sense what I'm trying to
Yeah,
say.
no, it doesn't
So
resonate.
yes.
You learned what you needed to learn, and now you're going like an eagle,
Mhm,
rise above it, and do your own. Do Eva.
exactly. Yes. Yeah.
I
Thank
love
you
that.
for saying that. Yes. So this is where I am now. So definitely in between, definitely in a crossroad.
Perfect. That's a perfect place.
Yeah.
Just a few
Mhm.
more comments. Tracy's just talking about the eagle to see the bigger connection. I feel connected to the eagle. Ooh, that's a big power animal. That's yeah. That could even
Mhm.
be your spirit guide as well. She's saying thank you for sharing your wisdom, Eva.
Thank you for listening.
And hope can be a stepping stone to faith. I
Yes,
I
again.
think this is
Mhm.
Anita. I'm not sure. It's a guessing
Oh,
game. Marcia.
not me for sure now.
No. Things that hurt instruct. You got that right. You got that right. Things that hurt, and a lot of times we'll beat ourselves up, or oh, well, you should be healed from that, but that's an ego construct. You need to step out of it and go, what okay, what's the next, what do I need to learn in this? What am I not seeing? Help me see. Help me feel. Help me know. Let's do this. And oops, I mean, one of my mentors, he would say, just say oops and laugh, because we tend to go, like you said, critical. So in a world that's so critical and full of critics, how about there be one less critic? Yeah. Sherry, thank you, Eva. I'm looking forward to completing the 30-day gratitude challenge. And Gitte, for me, hope is positive. Yeah, see, everybody has a different knowing, experience, feeling, but it's good that we have this conversation. So that's all that matters. And I did share your gift. It's in the comments. Anyone that's on the replay, if you have any questions for Eva, please let us know. And thank you so much for being here, Eva. Oh, I believe, sorry, you're muted. It happens.
Yeah, because in the meantime, the AirPods are getting
So I needed to change the microphone. So
It's
and then
okay.
it got
That's
muted
okay.
automatically. Okay, thank you very much for everyone and for all
All
the
right. Take
motivation.
care.
Bye bye.
Okay,
Thank you.
bye-bye. All right. Here we are. Yeah, I love that. Perfect timing. Divine timing. Hope is paramount to living. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Because you got to start from somewhere. And is it I don't listen to Drake, but I always hear that you started from the bottom, now we're here. We started from the bottom, now we're here, right? Anybody else want to sing with me? I do love to sing. Anybody else love karaoke, singing, chanting, mantras, mudras? Maybe you love dancing. What's your creative outlet? Cards, writing, reading, cooking, gardening, whatever it happens to be. Hi, Brandy. So nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I believe Anita. Yeah, we're going to have to go sing. That's for sure. For sure. I remember I did karaoke once, and I love how they call it karaoke. And they picked any random song. And I tend to like rock songs, alternative, stuff like that. And it ended up being Sold by John Michael Montgomery, a country song. And I'm like, country? My ego went, no, that's not what I wanted. But guess what? That is my warm-up song when I go to karaoke. Do you know the song Sold? I went to the Grundy County auction where I saw something I just had to have. My mind told me I should proceed with caution, but my heart said, go ahead, make a bet on that. And I said, hey, pretty lady, want to make you a sign? See, now I forgot the rest of the lyrics, but you know what I'm saying? Oh my God, too funny. Ooh, anyways, let's shift into our last guest. It is Corrie Thorne-Cameron, Living from Spirit, Embodying Wholeness. And yes, it is pre-recorded. So if you have questions, comments, even if you're on the replay, leave them below. Corrie will get to them, or I will make sure she answers any questions you have. Lovely Corrie, a beautiful soul, had back surgery on, was it Monday? Oh my goodness, it seems like so long ago. So yes, she is recovering. So if you all could send her lots of love and healing prayers, vibes, Reiki, whatever you got, send it her way. Because she did have a little bit of trouble. It did not go as smoothly as we all wish it would, right? That's life. So, and I know what it's like to have a major surgery. So yes, please send her the healing vibes. And here we go. Yes, Corrie Thorne-Cameron is a multifaceted Indigenous published author and spiritual guide. Blended in diversity and love, Corrie is a published author, spiritual leader, and mystic. She's written 2 self-help books, More Than Existing and My Truth of Existing Beyond the Reflection, utilizing storytelling to motivate and direct readers to reframe their life stories. Her creation of the Everyday Goddess Oracle cards have become a certification program within the More Than Existing Academy of Higher Consciousness, along with her More Than Existing certification coaching program and more. Hold on here. An institution Corrie founded to partner and collaborate with other like-minded spiritual energy. I lost my, yeah, an institution Corrie founded to partner and collaborate with other like-minded spiritual energy teachers. Corrie's a keynote speaker, psychic medium, modern-day mystic, trance medium, channel light worker, intuitive transformational coach and mentor. Corrie is also a generational healer, Reiki master teacher, past life regression healer, and CEO. And her life's mission is to encourage others to live a beautiful life, even when no one is watching. So really, it's about more than existing. And I really hope you enjoy this.
Everyone, and welcome to the Heart and Soul Summit. I am so honored to be able to come in here and to be able to speak with you and to leave you this recording. I wish I was there to be able to speak with you live, and I will come back and do another live within the group to answer any questions you may have and speak with you. So, but For now, this is what we do have. And do remember that there will be a in-person summit that will be in Calgary in the spring as well. And we look forward to being able to meet many of you in person, hopefully. So today I wanted to speak about learning to live from spirit, that sense of wholeness, coming into wholeness. There's so many amazing, amazing things about the healing journey, but there's also a lot of effort that goes into really truly becoming awake and aware to our habits, our patterns, our behaviors, all the things that we have that we've kind of just existed through. We just took for granted. We're routine, right? We become patterned. We just exist. We exist in just doing and not really contemplate what we're doing, what we're saying, why we feel a certain way, why we're so connected to specific things. And so the journey to being able to be more in alignment to ourselves and the power of being able to, what I call, live from spirit, is to know that we are so much more than we could imagine, that we are this bigger and larger than life entity, that we are our own machine, just like we have AI, and AI is like can do anything type of thing. It can create stories, and it's that level of closer to perfection than we could be. Is that the one thing AI doesn't have? Is AI doesn't have the touch, the gift of divine, the gift of God, and whatever God means to you. Don't take the word personally. There is that's a huge journey of healing, to allow yourself to shut off when you hear words, and so anyway, I just felt like I need to give that bit of information. So this gift that we have, this sense of this divine essence, this spark that exists within us. The way that I can describe this, or the best way that I can describe this, let me just bring this into the awareness of my journey with it. And so in hairstyling, as a hairstylist, a lot of women would come in and want white hair. They would want silver hair. They want it toned with no gold. I don't want any gold in my hair. So the only way of removing gold is to get to the very center of the hair. We have these molecules in the hair, red being our larger, blue is smaller, gold is our smallest. So which means in order to move the smallest of the molecules is that you have to get to the center, which means you have to destroy the hair. You have to blow open the hair to get that out. So by the time hair gets to the stage of being able to not have as much gold in it, the integrity is destroyed. So by removing the gold, we remove the integrity. By removing the specks the specks within and our connection to our golden light, the more that we lose that sense of integrity. And we build lives on our weak foundations. And that weaker foundation, that sense of the fibers of our being, of removing the essence of that piece of ourselves, which is an intricate part of the structure of who we are, that we truly turn to mush, right? We become intertwined in between our vices and our virtues. And the essence of our virtues is what gives us the strength. It's what gives us the power. It's what gives us all of who we are. The vices are the excuses that we make, the escapism, the shaming, the lower vibrating emotional responses that we have. All of those things play into being a part of the vices. So when we say, oh, I'm so loyal, I'm loyal to everything. I'm the most loyal person. I would never abandon a friend. I'm always honest. When you start to look at with radical honesty, are you really truly that honest? Are we really that loyal? Because the person that we're often not loyal to is ourselves. That piece and that part of ourselves is the part of where we may be weaker in that structure. And so maybe we're not honest to ourselves as we think we are. Maybe we're honest to others. Maybe we have no problem telling everyone else about everything that they're doing wrong. But can we see our own habits? Can we see in our own patterns? Can we see ourselves? Or are we so busy looking into other people to see ourselves instead of looking into self? If somebody is bothering you, if somebody's always annoying you, if you say somebody's making me feel that way, nobody is making, you know, if you walk into a room and say, oh, I don't like their energy is just making me feel this way. Their energy is like, I can't go near their energy. No, that's not always the truth. The truth behind that is that you are creating within you because you are the creator of your stories. You are the creator of the emotional response because you learn how to have those emotions and what those emotions mean. And then you also learn to be able to tie them to memories, to previous experiences of where you may have experienced someone in your life who really, truly, previously you had an experience with, you created that emotion, and then so they became a specific person in your story. They may have become the enemy in your story. They may have been the villain in your story. So then instantly, when you feel that emotion, you feel that villain. But that's not being able to trust self. That's trust. That's our mind talk. That's our head talk. That's so much more that is happening that is creating that experience. And our sense of being able to trust our own instinctual self requires our own intuitive self it requires us to be able to heal the instinctual self. And that instinctual self is the part of us that is tied to our fight or flight, our trauma responses, our complexities that we have within us. And so we have these trauma responses. We have the F's, right? We have fight or flight, we have freeze, we have fawn, we have fix. And, and so that's the fix is where the fixer and the pleaser exist. And sometimes we have to look at that integrity. We have to look at where we are, we have taken such power into our own hands that we're not trusting the power that is more than us. So backing back into that sense of loyalty to self is that if we're going to be loyal to ourselves, is that we can truly trust that we can access all that is in our own programming to decipher and to decide and to recognize that not every single situation we're walking into is one that is a fight or flight, that we're not there to be in fight or flight, that we're not there to be, that when we walk in, that the person that we may not be connecting to may not be an enemy, that may be a mirror. And so it gives us the rite of passage to back ourselves out of situations, out of meeting people, because we choose to make those choices and decisions. And this is just one of the many little pieces that tie into really honoring the journey and really buckling down and looking at the nitty-gritty of what it means to truly live from spirit. It's to create our best human, to be the best human that we can be, and not just for others, but for ourselves. So you can live in a world and a life of where you truly begin to know that I can be me no matter where I go. And I can trust me. Often, people say, well, how do you learn how to trust? How do you learn how to trust? You learn how to trust yourself. You learn to be safe with you. You learn all of your little quirks. You learn all those things about yourself. And when you learn that you can trust you, then you can trust others until they give you a reason not to. And when you're given a reason not to, everything that you do beyond that point is then on you, because if doubt is coming in and you're just saying to yourself, oh, well, you know, that they didn't really mean that, that's not what they really meant, then you put yourself in that arm's way of the next red flag moment, the next moment that's going to be arising again, because you went against trusting your intuition and your instincts of when you originally had the reason, the facts, the reason why you couldn't trust. And then trust needed to be re-earned again. But was it re-earned, or did you fall into the second emotional response of shaming, doubting yourself, your own insecurities, your fear story? What happens if I let that person walk away from my life? What happens if I let them just leave? And so you then can create all the narratives and all the stories. And I'm not pointing fingers at anyone in particular. I'm saying you as in us, right? Us as a human. And so this experience will lead us into then, you know, saying, oh, creating a narrative story. Oh, but you know, if they go out and something happens to them, I'll never be able to live with myself because I did this and I didn't trust them. But they gave you reason not to. So everything else is because that sense of faith and having faith and really truly protecting that sense of self, that sacredness of ourselves, is to then let people step back in, or let ourselves step back into unhealthy environments or unhealthy situations, even though we know the cost. And we allow it to take our divine essence of our light and to feel as if we have lost our power, to dim or feel like we are dimming our light. Our light, we never really lose our power. We never really lose our light, because there's another whole extension of self to be discussed and to be talked about. And so when we look at this on a deeper scale, we go into looking at it as if we are created. And so this wholeness of self is recognizing that we have these layers to us. We're like a jawbreaker, or like an onion, right? And so we peel back those layers, but we also not just peel them back, we peel back the layers of the story. But what we do is we come into this center and we start to rebuild faith. We start to rebuild trust. We start to strengthen this inner core, and then we start to expand out. We start to grow outside of ourselves. We start to be curious. We start to question. We start to look at our lives. And a part of an awakening, when we have spiritual depression, I call it, when we start to feel that sense of, this don't feel right, I don't feel like I belong, I don't know where I fit in, all of those things are always that sense of, you know, we're going through an awakening. What's happening is there is this shift in consciousness that is taking place. We're no longer unaware. We're no longer asleep. We're no longer, we start to recognize, well, that just don't sound right. That just don't seem right. And that just don't feel right for me. I just can't accept that. It's like, well, that's just what we do as a family. That's just who we are. That's just who we are as friends. But I'm not feeling good about this anymore. This just doesn't feel good. And then if we start to say it doesn't feel good, but we just continue to not feel good, it's just wearing away at the fibers of that being, because we're not trusting ourselves. We're not listening. We're not intuitively responding to the primal instinct that just says, okay, this is the point of where you pivot. This is the point of where we shift. And so when we start to listen, is that it then we become curious, and we become curious about life. And this is where we start to want to look out into the universe. But by looking out, we're looking in. And it's this complexity of what is out, what is in. But we are inner and we are outer. And so that introvert extrovert, that's the fact, that ties into energy. What do I have the energy for? What do I have the energy for? What do I believe in about myself? And so we have these layers. So we have our 7 layers that are these rings that surround us. And these rings are energetic force fields. And they tie into being able to connect from our physical body all the way into our greater consciousness, into our divine being, into our divine wisdom. There's a greater consciousness that's greater than us reading any book we're going to read. And once we can learn to tap into that, it is just incredible how we begin to expand. But not everyone will connect into it. It's okay. It doesn't mean there's something wrong with people. It means that people are content very much in the dimension sometimes of where they live. Some people have found full happiness and joy without having to go through some awakening, without having to dive deep, without having to become curious. They have accepted a knowing about themselves. And it's not for us to step out and think that we have to disrupt everyone's life and that everyone's life needs to be shaken up. It's not always the case. People are not always here to step into this journey. When we speak about this, it doesn't mean that you have to all of a sudden start shredding your life. It's just nice to hear these conversations and just be curious about them and just say, does it even resonate with me? Because everything that I teach, everything that I create, I always say, this is my experience. This is what I've channeled. This is what's come through. This is my experience and my story. But I really want to help others to be able to think for themselves. Does that align to you? Does that feel right to you? Are you happy with that? Does that work for you? Does it feel right for you? And really trusting that. But we have these layers on our body, on our extension of ourselves, and these are a part of us. And so we have our physical plane, we have our astral plane, and we have a spiritual plane. And these are these rings of expansions of us. But it's also where we are imprinted. It's also where our imprinting comes from. So key is learning to unlearn, to lose you, to relearn you, to take out the old programming and to really truly program yourself to the life that aligns to this truth, to this connection, to finding this light. This is the travel of Joseph Campbell's hero's journey. And it's not just Joseph Campbell. There's a woman involved in that too. And so this journey into the hero's journey is to be able to travel into the cave to find the treasure, to recognize that we all have this little piece of light within us, that we all have this little spark, but we all have life that exists within us. We all have a life force energy that is within our physical self. Our physical body is a part of, it's a part of that third dimensional living. It's a part of where we embody the emotional body, the physical body, and the mental body. And it's where our thoughts are. It's where emotions are existed. It's where we feel. It's how we feel. And this etheric body that we have ties into the tissues, into the fibers of our being. It's tied into our DNA. And so all of this sense of ourselves, all of that part of us creates our physical experience. And so you are a spiritual being here to have this human experience. And so your human matters. You are here to be the best human being that you can be. It's not about escaping our human. It's not about running. It's not about destroying. It's about becoming the best versions of ourselves. And it's been spoken so many times that humans are the one who really truly have the ability to destroy themselves, that they intentionally, whereas if you look at intentionally or unconsciously, intentionally start to destroy themselves. Whereas if you look at the animal kingdom, every species in the animal kingdom will do anything to save their species, right? They go through that survival of making sure to keep the species strong. We're humans, and not one of us humans are any different from another human. We all have an authentic an original imprinted system. We all have that original self. And that original self ties into our soul self. But our physical existence, our existence upon this world, and of course our features and those things about ourselves. But we all are the one species. We are all human. And in being the human, only in humans were we able to create this sense of being able to make one better than the other, to make ourselves our competition. And this is all created in the physical plane. This is all where every bit of this exists. Now, in this physical plane is where we also build our relationships. It's where we build connections. It is how we connect on a physical level, on a human level. Now we have our astral plane. Now in the astral plane, in this place, this ties into our past. And I mean all of our past. So if you could imagine a sandwich, right? Imagine having a sandwich. And so you have this physical plane here, and then you have this middle piece, the meat of it all, right? You have that middle piece. This is the hardiness of it that goes in the middle, and it really matters. And then we have the spiritual plane, which is the other side. And the spiritual and the physical have a lot of similarities. There's a lot of similarities here, but every one of the experiences from the human, from the physical and from the spiritual, all still ties into this astral plane, into this middle piece of where all past experiences exist, where everything is imprinted into this place. And this is where your experiences, and this is where everything gets transferred. So if a transfer is coming in from the physical self, and it just gets transferred over, and it gets transferred into the astral, it's imprinting. Now this spiritual is also sending in here. And it brings us into this place of knowing that we come here with soul contracts. That in here is where the existence and the experience of recognizing you are not separate from your soul. Your soul is not a separate entity. Your soul is a part of you. You are a part of your mind. Your mind is not separate from you. Your thoughts are not inside your brain. They do not exist inside your brain. Your brain is a functioning part of this. It's an organ that is functioning to keep this body alive and to help us in movement, to help us to create the thoughts, to help us to get the thoughts into action, whereas the thoughts are created in the imagination, in a non-existent place, but it is based upon the experiences that we have, and everything ties into those experiences, and everything connects. And so we have this imprinting. So when we look at this part of ourselves, this is where we also step into archetypal energy. And this is when we're in here and we see our physical experiences. So past life is every day that you have lived beyond today. Every experience is now the past. The past is a non-existent energy. What remains is your memories. Your memories are what remains. The past itself does not exist. What we brought from the past exists. We came from the past. We were created from the past. We were brought from the past into the now. How magical is that, right? And so just like we move through, well, we also bring our attachments to experiences, to the past, to past hurts, past traumas. We bring that with us. And it becomes the creation of our personality, of the persona that we create to the world, which is the mask that we wear. And we wear those masks. And the big part of these moving beyond these in layer, everything's in layers, is recognizing that we have the veils of illusions. And we have all of these veils of illusions that we're here to break through. And a spiritual awakening is to break through the paradigms of all of those veils of illusions to discover new truths. On the opposite side, we have that spiritual plane. And I'm limited in time, so I'm trying to just take bits and pieces and bring together here. And on the spiritual plane, this is where we have our spiritual body. So if you could see yourself as all of this, that you expand this way and you expand this way, that you live here and you live here, you live here and you live here. This is your space. So if I were to get you to move your body and get you to put your feet on the ground and stand up and just let yourself like close your eyes and place your hand upon your heart and just let yourself sway back and forth until you get to your tippy toes and into your heels. Now be careful if you don't have a good balance. If you're going to try this, you want to make sure that you're stable because you want to see how much space. And in the beginning, you're more cautious. You're more aware. Why? Because you're thinking into creation, your fear stories. Maybe I'll fall. I don't want to fall. Whereas once you start to let go and you start to allow, the body will move you. Why is the body moving you? The body has this sense of just knowing that it can depend upon itself, knowing that it has this faith and this sense of self that it moves with the energy because it's created with energy. And so this movement begins to happen. And then you realize that you can go all the way forward and then you can go all the way back. And this is you. You have all of this space, which means you also have time. You have time to think. You have time before you respond. You have space between you and the threats that you think are threats on your life. And I don't mean like abuse, but I mean things like just walking into a room and deciphering in an instant that, oh, I don't like that person. That person's energy is not good for me. What does that say about you and judgment? That tells us that we are that we can be very judgmental. We are creating a judgment that we are turning into a solid thought. Whereas if we ask ourselves, oh, that's interesting. I just had this feeling. I wonder what that feeling is. I wonder why I feel this way. Now, this is when we start to be able to begin to step into spirit. This is when we begin to move into spirit energy. This is when we begin to start to know that there is so much more that can think this thought into, that can bring us into a new place without having to create a repeat of old thoughts and old patterns. I'm curious about that. I wonder what that is. Wonder where that's coming from. And then instead of creating a judgment, we wait. And when we wait, all of a sudden, an aha moment comes. Oh, I feel this way because, and that's when you start to realize you've had a past experience, another experience. So maybe this may not be it at all. Maybe I need to feel this through. And maybe I need to trust my intuition on what I'm experiencing here. So if I access my higher self and ask my higher self to connect into spirit and just ask my spirit for divine wisdom, what would divine, what would higher self, what would the angels, what would my higher self have me do in this moment? What would my higher self have me do in this experience? What would my higher self do? And sometimes it may be to go meet that energy and find out for yourself that this may have been a mirror reflection looking back, that this may be something looking back at you and just says, oh, I remember that. I remember being that myself. I remember experiencing this before. Because when we learn that we are safe with ourselves, we learn a lot about who we are, that we can trust ourselves to be able to use discernment, to be able to think for ourselves, to be able to trust that I don't have to just bolt and run and escape, that I don't have to become disassociated, that I don't have to get caught up and run, that I can exist in my human journey, in my human self, and find myself in places of where I really feel like I am more at home. I can really trust that self. And so this spiritual body and the sense of self that we have is, looking at it, if divine wisdom were to guide me, if my higher self were to be the one walking in my shoes, what would that be doing? What would that version of myself be doing? What we're doing when we're coming into wholeness is that we are going from the egoic, unhealthy, egoic self, and we are evolving. We're traveling around. We're traveling through all of those layers of our story that created all parts of ourselves and who we think we are. We're breaking up with who we think we are. And we come back into a healthier sense of the ego, knowing that the ego is a must, but it's a healthy sense of ego, because the ego helps motivate us, helps inspire us. It helps us to believe in ourselves, because the healthy part of ego is connected to that higher self, connected to that higher knowing. And when it connects into that higher self, into the spiritual plane, it sends back the message, and it starts to be able to transfer back in through all of those experiences, these little threads of this energy that brings us back and just evolves the emotions from the lower emotions into the higher emotional state of being. We have 7 energy centers within our body, 7 energy centers. And each one of those have these aspects of ourselves, like little petals of flowers. And as we awaken and as we heal and as we become more aware, as we learn from our experiences and complete those journeys, complete soul contracts, is that each one of those opens up so that we can shine in those areas, that we can radiate. We have strength. Our power is strengthened in those areas of ourselves. That we can learn to trust that sense of self. We have these subtle energy points that tie into the energy centers outside of ourselves that connect into these force fields within ourselves as well. But these 7 energy centers all expand in this very middle. So the key to living from spirit is to always come home to the middle. And when I say come home to the middle, it means come back to the center self, to be able to access your inner coach, your inner guru, your inner self, and speak to that inner self and ask, what would you have me do? What would you have me do? If I were the divine, how would I treat myself? If I were the divine, how would I treat another? And then, of course, we have this inner out here, and we have this meeting point of where our spiritual plane meets our physical plane, where we create, where we have the ability to create our heaven on earth by healing those past life experiences, by taking out the pieces of those past experiences and really truly like sifting out the sand and clearing off all of the rugged little pieces so that we find the gem, so that we find the gem of that piece. And this becomes like the pieces of the soul that we bring back into ourselves, which we then bring into soul revival. And that sense of soul revival is to help us to bring that piece of ourselves back in, to take back the parts of ourselves that we may have felt like we had lost along the way, that we lost the piece of ourselves because we didn't know that it was our job to keep that sense of the integrity strong within. We talk about having integrity, and I have so much integrity, but if we had that sense of integrity, why would we let ourselves be so destroyed by even our own thoughts, by being unkind to ourselves, by believing the things that weren't truth, by for 1 minute not questioning the motive behind how somebody else may have treated you, spoke to you, or how you're treating and speaking to somebody else. Why am I treating somebody else that way? Why am I speaking to somebody that way? Who am I really mad at? What am I really mad at? Why am I taking it out on an innocent? Why am I reflecting onto another, my pain story? And each part of ourselves that we find through this journey, we start to discover more and more about who we are. If I were to step back into the energy center self, and we have this root, And we have this root of our stories. And at the root is where our survival is. And the root is right at that tail area. It's red in color, and it's where procreation, it's our survival, and it's where our survival instincts began. And at the root of it, it begins in what we are taught about fear, what we are taught about faith, what we are taught about God, what we are taught about the dualities. And as long as we live in a duality, we live in the fear, right? We have this, that we have to be good because this may come after us. This may happen to us. We have to just do this because we don't want to be disliked. Is that there is this duality that we struggle with. And as long as we have this duality with this sense of inner self that exists within us, we will always be at war with ourselves in some way, or we'll always be struggling in some way. We'll always be looking for ourselves outside of ourselves. We'll be looking for the world to validate, to prove to you, to give you that sense of warm, fuzzy feeling. But it all begins in here. It all begins in the self. And when we can discover that this is where it is and there is no duality, there is no separateness to this, that it all is of one source, that we are all of that one, that this essence of the soul is all of one. The experiences of the soul, the experiences of your human experiences, these are all things that happened outside, but they accumulated, fossilized within. And so we are finding the dinosaur energy, we're finding the fossils within. And we are taking those fossils and we are investigating, we are exploring, we are discovering that the truth to where it originated, what was the original truth, and finding our way back to the original truth. And living as the wholeness is that come together of finding our original truth. And your original truth, my original truth, everyone's original truth is that we were all born in the perfection of the imperfection, that we were all these amazing masterpieces, that we were all the creations of something so divine that we had. Everything else became what was built outside of there, extended outside of that. And when we can connect into this beautiful golden ray, this beautiful golden light that is outside of us, and we can be in our active listening, when we can be silent in our listening and really listen to what it is that is being spoken to us. Listen to what is being communicated to us by out here, by this outer self, that this greater consciousness that is not listening to our human, that is just saying, yeah, the human is talking, but I see its truth. I know it's truth. I know it's love. I know it's perfect. I know all of those things. What does it really need? When we can really, truly come from that place, that's when we embody this light. Forever golden. We are forever golden. We are forever divine. We are forever beautiful. We are forever special. We are forever something that makes us all matter. And we all hold the treasure. And we all hold a greater truth. And returning to this authentic, beautiful self is not in that you'll never have a story. It's not that you are more original than anyone else. We all have similarities. We all have those experiences. It's that we recognize that we matter enough to be that honest with ourselves, that we care enough, that we care about what goes in, what's going to fill that in-between space that goes back with our spirit. And that we give the soul as it returns home, as we meet that maximum potential here on earth, as we reach out into the casual levels, into the celestial levels of ourself, into the higher self, is that we recognize within ourselves this little piece of knowing of that we all really truly matter, and we matter to somebody, that we all have something that makes us so special. But as we reach this place and we get to this place within ourselves, we discover something. And for a moment, I just feel this need, before I even go any further, they're stopping me in the middle of this, to ask of you all to just take your hands and to just place one hand upon your heart Take another hand and place another hand about 2 feet out. Just, you don't have to stretch your arm all the way out. You can if you like. You can. Whatever feels right. Just out a little. And we're just going to ask of you to just close your eyes and just breathe in. And just breathe into you. And as you can feel through the extended hand, that you feel this beautiful, energetic energy force, this force field. This is where the Kundalini, this is where the force, this is where the force is with you. This is where this powerful energy exists. That we're here to match. That we're here to remember that we are. That you are this. You're not always that. You're this. Feel yourself become this. Feel yourself stepping into the divine. Feel yourself become golden. Feel yourself in your perfections. Be aware of any thoughts. Just let them just drift by. Stay with this for a moment. Stay with you for a moment. Stay right here. As you bring that hand in, so if you can just feel your hand coming through the energy, feel it coming through all layers. Feel it coming back into your physical self. You remember your soul chose to be in this physical body. It chose this physical body because it knew this physical body had the potential to be everything that it would need for this lifetime, to help to heal, clear, resolve any of the old soul contracts, karmatic debts, any of the past experiences that you're here to grow, to expand. This is how we grow spiritually. This is how we grow emotionally. Is that we start to recognize that we are more than those stories, and that most of those stories we've heard in our lifetime, most of those childhood experiences that are constantly repeated at the dinner table is not even truth anymore. That the original truth was only in the very moment, and everything else has become the fables, the stories, the conversation piece. But it doesn't mean it's all truth. And that you don't have to live as the character and keep playing the role of the person in that experience. That your soul is asking you to reach up and to reach out, to look at what really truly matters to you, and to remember that you get the opportunity to build into you, to create new imprints, to leave a new footprint, to walk a new path, to come back to this wholeness, that we will always be imperfectly perfect. You will always make mistakes. You will not always get everything right. But there is a beautiful sense of knowing that it is totally okay. And that your beautiful self has so much to bring to this world. And that wholeness begins when you begin to question the things that has created the enemy within, the sinister within, the fear, the insecurities, the doubt. You should question those things, because why not? Because you deserve to live your best life. Thank you for being here with me today. I look forward to being able to come in and answer some questions, come in and share more. And of course, questions always helps me to be able to expand the conversation more and to be able to bring the conversation out even more, bring it out more and bring in the pieces that I can't bring in when I'm trying to get these messages out. So I look forward to speaking with you. Thank you so much for being here in the summit. And thank you to all of our beautiful presenters today. These women are incredible. I'm so thankful to be a part of this with them. And thank you, Tracy, for really, truly being you. Thank you, Christine, for bringing all of this to life, to reaching out to us all. Thank you, Ava, for just being you and your beautiful, special, radiant self. And Anita, you are such an incredible, beautiful woman. I cannot thank you enough for being in this circle and for being a part of this world with us. It's been absolutely amazing. I look forward to meeting all of these women in person and also meeting you in person. So thank you for being here. And much love. Namaste. Bye-bye.
All right, here we are. Wow, that was quite the presentation, was it not? Share your takeaways. I've got the one eye. I don't know why they call it an evil eye. It's to ward off evil, I guess. But anyways, yeah, share your takeaways, share your questions. Oh, and I need to share the giveaway that Corrie has, the Enter to Win. There you go. There is the giveaway. So feel free to enter. And best of luck. And yes, it was amazing. Absolutely. Absolutely. And because she wasn't here to answer any questions, it was around 45 minutes or so. But yeah, that was very powerful. Yeah, it was a channel. And all of you ladies are a channel. It just really matters, where you're going to channel your energy, your messages, what your media will be. So yeah. And yes, what a great ending conversation for the summit. The animals are restless here. We've got 2 cats and a dog. You would never know it. And I'll have to ask Corrie if it sounded like there was a dog snoring in the background, but maybe it was just me. Anybody else? I kept hearing it every now and then. So I was like, okay, whatever. But yeah, no, that was fantastic. Thank you for spending, oh my gosh, 4.5 hours. And to the folks that were here for the whole time, namaste. my hat is off to you. And I also realized, because I'm doing everything myself, all the production, all the stuff in the background, I did not introduce myself, but I'm going to do it, because guess what? I'm doing this show. So yeah. Yes, I just turned 50. I turned 50 January 2nd, and people are at the table last night were like, no way, no freaking way. You don't have a 25-year-old to 31. Yes, I do. But I am a spiritual medium. I am a Reiki master. I am an old soul healer. I'm an author, a speaker, a host, a retreat co-creator, summit as well. So many things. And my podcast, Heart Led, Soul Fed. So I have over 280 episodes. So you can go and listen about Akashic records, about near-death experiences, about the 8 clairs, like your intuitive clairs. And really my purpose, my mission is to guide empaths to unleash their gifts that are masked as depression and anxiety. And you will discover your purpose, reclaim your energy, and step into your power, because sensitivity is a superpower, and it's time to turn your anxiety, your overwhelm, your unworthiness into gifts. And we all have gifts. So please remember that. Please remember that. There was a dog snoring. That's Sid. Okay, thank you. I kept picking up on that. But yes, thank you. Thank you for the belated birthday wishes. I appreciate that. Yeah, StreamYard does make it easy, but it's still not easy when you're clicking and you're maneuvering and all of that good stuff. And as well, my book, Intuition Saved My Life, is out. It's a memoir. It's a spiritual awakening. It's a dark night of the soul. It's got soul work. It's a fast read. And I also have my digital copy of the Empaths Journey, which I'm going to show you here. You can get that on Deckable. If you want the link, there's the QR code. You can go find it. The future is digital. And I know Corrie talked about AI. I get that. There's that part, but being very mindful, obviously. But the physical deck will be out very shortly. It is being printed and produced in Australia, of all places, down under. but a place I would love to visit as well. You can find my vision for 2024 on YouTube. Just go to Medium Christine Gold as well. If you want to embark on a 1-year journey of developing your talents, gifts, abilities, intuition, heal, purpose, I welcome you to our Soul Healers community. And if you haven't done your vision board map yet, it is available on the replay. So just let me know. I will get you the link for that as well. So thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Your energy, your love. This is what Heart and Soul is all about. It's a cooperative type of energy, collaboration. And next time it will be done in a better way for sure. And thank you, ladies, for sharing your gifts, talents, and abilities. And I'm sending you all so much love. Please remember, healing begins where the ego ends. And let the healing begin. Bye-bye.